We humans have been on the Earth for more than 1 million years. But civilization, life in cities, has come about only in the last 5,000. Through history, civilizations rose and fell, carved out of nature, dependent on nature. In the end, nature took them back. But in the past few hundred years, one form of civilization, that of the West, has changed the balance with nature forever. And now, it is civilization itself which has become the central problem of our planet. To understand why, we must look afresh at how we see history.
In our time, at the end of the 20th century, many people in the West speak as if the future course of history has been settled. People talk of the triumph of the West, of the victory of liberal democracy and the free market, and even of the end of history. The questions which have concerned humanity for so long: what is society for? How should it be organized? What are human rights and freedoms? And how do they relate to nature and to the spiritual? These questions about the goals of life, it is said, have now been settled in favor of the values of the West. But there have been, and there still are, civilizations which have seen the world very differently. Civilization arose independently in a handful of places on the face of the earth. In Iraq, Egypt, India, China, and here in the jungles of the Americas. And the oldest and greatest of those, India and China, are still alive in the land of their birth. And each of those civilizations created a unique and distinctive vision of life, which forms a vital counterpoint to that of the West. This series of journeys is a search for those first civilizations and their continuing legacy.
It's through such images that the West has come to know Iraq. To most of us, its history and culture were a blank before 1991. Yet by terrible irony, when the Western powers came to make war here in Iraq, they were returning to the very source of their own civilization. This journey was made on the eve of the Gulf War. It's a journey through Iraq and through Iraqi history, back to the origins of the first civilization. Searching in the present for clues to the past, and in the past for clues to the present. Civilization means life in cities. It means large populations with great ceremonial buildings. It means writing, and all these things are found for the first time on Earth, here in this ferocious landscape of South Iraq, Old Sumer. Here was the first law, the first science, the first war. And now, what remains is a stark warning to our pride in the human achievement. For this is all that's left of the world's first cities. Civilization was born on the banks of two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Mesopotamia, as the Greeks called it, the land between the two rivers, had few other natural resources. No stone, no wood or precious metals, only water and a rich alluvial soil with which a hard-working people could transform a land of scarcity into a land of plenty. And the other great resource of Iraq was its people. Iraqis are a mixture of Arabs, Kurds, Turks, Persians, whose ancestry goes back to the mysterious people who created the first civilization, the Sumerians. Their character today is still the same as in their ancient proverbs: long-suffering, resilient, hard-bitten, pessimistic. Heirs to a brilliant but terrible history, repeatedly conquered by their neighbors, or brutalized by rapacious military regimes whose conception of justice was an iron fist in the land where law was first devised. Not surprisingly, they were a people who pondered deeply the meaning of life. Iraq is matched only by India as a cradle of religions, rich alternative traditions which have all ended up living side by side. The history of Iraq, then, is rich in splendors and sorrows, the most gifted of civilizations and yet the most tragic, the first attempt by humankind to bring people together in organized societies with a measure of happiness. Another key quality of civilization is continuity or rootedness. The old towns of Iraq are the oldest continuously inhabited on Earth, and it was to places like this, Tel Afar, in the 19th century, that Western explorers came for the first time, looking for origins in the land which the Bible said was the cradle of the human race.
Here at Tel Afar, at the dawn of Mesopotamian archaeology, in 1846, the English excavator Austin Layard, famous for his discoveries at the cities of Nineveh and Nimrud, climbed up here to the top of the citadel one evening. And as the sun set, he says, I looked out and counted over 100 Mans out there throwing their long and darkening shadows across the plain. Each of those Mans had built up over millennia with the accumulated debris of human settlements. The one on which this citadel is built has more than 50 feet of debris extending back 6,000 years. Perhaps nowhere, as here in Iraq, is there such a continuity. And some of those cities, out there in the plain to the south, were among the most famous in the history of the world. Ur of the Chaldees, Nineveh, Babylon, source of some of the greatest tales in our culture: the creation, the flood, the Garden of Eden, the Tower of Babel.
Those stories all come from the magical landscape of Iraq's deep south. Here, on the edge of the great alluvial plain of Sumer, is a wild and beautiful marshland where the Tigris and Euphrates meet. This was the biblical Garden of Eden. Up to the very eve of the Gulf War, it was still possible to enter this world and see a way of life preserved for thousands of years, since long before civilization, the Marsh Arabs. The Marsh Arab villages look much as the first settlements must have done. Man-made islands in freshwater lagoons, where they still live by fishing, raising water buffalo, cutting the reed beds, and cultivating the rich soil along the shores and levees. Their reed houses, some nearly 100 feet long, are still built in the same fashion as was depicted 5,000 years ago in the art of Sumer. In this world of almost limitless potential, the book of Genesis says the first cities arose in the beginning, when God let dry land rise from the water. And in the beginning, said the Sumerian myths, was Eridu. Legend said this was the mound of creation, the first land which arose from the primal sea at the beginning of time. Here was a sacred shrine which preceded the first cities, At the root of civilization is the temple.
Eridu is lonely, windswept and abandoned today. But it was one of the most famous places in the history of Mesopotamia. Not only did the Sumerians believe that this was the site of the mound of creation, they thought that here kingship, that is political society, first came down to earth, and that here the arts of civilization were initially developed. It originally stood on a great sea of fresh water stretching out to the south, the Apsu. And the great temple here, the most famous shrine in Sumer, was named after it, Apsu, named after that primeval ocean of sweet water out of which all human life and all natural life came, so they believed. And in fact, when the archaeologists dug deep into the temple hill, they discovered, around the time of 5000 BC, a little sand mound surrounded by a reed fence with a tiny chapel on it, marking the site of that mound of creation. Hard as it may seem in this blasted landscape, but we're in the area of the original Garden of Eden.
For what the Bible calls paradise, Eden was simply the Sumerian word Eden, the wild grassland of the south, the natural landscape before the arrival of the city. And picking over the debris of paradise, it's hard not to see the psychological truth of the Bible story, that the very beginning of our ascent to civilization was also the fall, when we tasted the fateful fruit of the tree of knowledge, the means by which we would become masters of the earth, and yet eventually gain the power to destroy it and ourselves. Truly a devil's bargain. Sumerian myths also tell how the arts of civilization, which originated here in Eridu, would bring both joy and sorrow. This, they believed, was what the gods passed on from here to future ages through the first true city on earth, Uruk. To get to Uruk today, you cross southern Iraq, skirting Ur and Nazariya, names familiar now after the War of 1991. Then you enter a lunar landscape, a wasteland swept by gales of sand. Immense mounds loom out of the haze in a furnace heat. It's 135 degrees out here in the summer. Finally, you come to a city gate, still visible after nearly 5,000 years. Its approach silted with a deep tide of pottery and bones. And what feelings of anticipation any city dweller of our planet in the late 20th century would experience, arriving at the place which more than any other has shaped our modern world, both in its triumphs and in its disasters. The first Westerner to stand here in modern times, the Englishman William Loftus in 1849, was simply astounded. "Of all the desolate sights I ever beheld," he said, "that of Uruk incomparably surpasses all." Still 50 feet high, the line of eroded walls curves round to the horizon. In the center of the city are the ruins of a great stepped tower, a ziggurat, on which had stood the temple of the city's goddess, Inanna, whom we know as Ishtar. The first city began as a religious center. Standing on top of the goddess's ziggurat here in Uruk, you can get a real idea of the vast extent of this site, with a circuit of walls of more than 6 miles.
Archaeology can show that these walls were built at the end of a period of extraordinary expansion when Uruk increased 4 times in size in just a few generations. Presumably then, thousands or even tens of thousands of people were moving in from the countryside to this new city life. And there are parallels for this kind of change from rural to urban life in Europe, for example, in England during the Industrial Revolution. Scholars now believe that the population of the Euphrates plain may have increased tenfold in these crucial 200 years. And to parallel that, you'd have to look at Mexico City today, doubling its size in 20 or 30 years.
The effect of such growth was shattering. As far as the eye can see, this salt-encrusted plain was once big wheat country, with grain yields as high as the Midwest and Canada. But the need for more land, more intensive cultivation to feed an ever-growing population, eventually devastated the landscape. We know now that civilization inevitably destroys the environment, but they discovered it here for the first time. The question was the same for them as it is for us today: how to balance the fertility of the earth against the voracious demands of the city. The watchman at Uruk, Muha Abu Gumar, lives out here with his family. He belongs to one of the Montefic tribes who inhabit this part of the desert. His forefathers fought the Turks, the British, indeed anyone who tried to impose their rule on the south from the outside.
Now what is this then? White temple. Yeah. And this is Sumerian? From Sumer, yeah.
He knows the site like the back of his hand, down to the deep levels, these massive foundations of old Sumer. A stone-built storeroom from 3000 BC for temple food and beer. Alcohol is a Mesopotamian word.
After Parthi and...
With the ups and downs of any living organism, the city lasted through to about 300 AD. But by the Arab conquest it was dead, after a life of over 5,000 years. It's a salutary experience walking these weathered gullies, littered with testimony to the long ascent of man, if such it is. Here were enormous temples and palaces as big as cathedrals, their facades decorated with blue glazed tiles, just as you'll see today on the mosques of Iraq.
This is from the Irbil palace. So this is from the front of the wall of the palace. Oh my God. And from the Seleucid times. So this is when the palace was rebuilt after the time of Alexander the Great.
2000.
More than 2,000 years old, isn't that astonishing? Thank you very much.
هذا عصر العبيد تاريخه 6000 سنة قبل الميلاد.
So this is Obeid. Obeid. So 6,000 years.
6,000.
And this. But what is this here? What is this, Mr. Maha?
عملة بارتية.
It's money. It's a coin.
Money, فلوس.
Of the Parthians.
بارتية.
So this is from Uruk in the time of the Roman Empire. Yeah. And this, I think I recognize.
And from the deep past, hints of the enigmatic beginnings we saw at Eridu. Sumerian pottery, wheel-turned pottery, for the wheel is found here for the first time in history, along with so many other great inventions we still live our lives by today. Here was the first astronomy, the first literature, the first school, the first map of the world. Here they first thought of dividing time and space in multiples of 60, so that even now, whenever we look at a watch, we're still in their debt. Inside Muhar's guest hut, within the old walls, we're the only inhabitants of Ishtar's city tonight.
It's wonderful to be here. And all these are your children, your little children. Hello.
Even so, Muhar still observes the gracious formalities of desert hospitality.
Thank you so much for showing me around Warka. This is a wonderful sight.
Iraqis have always been great storytellers, going back through the 1001 Nights to the world's first literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh built the walls. Yeah.
Gilgamesh built the walls. King of Uruk, first and best of heroes. His was the original tale of the flood and the great ark, known today to almost every child across the world. His last adventure was the futile quest for everlasting life, model for all searches from the Odyssey to the Holy Grail, Star Wars and Indiana Jones. And we know his story because of writing. Writing is first found in the world here in Uruk, maybe invented in this city by some unknown genius not long before 3000 BC. Without writing, there could be no civilization. And it was through writing that we humans found a kind of immortality, passing on our memory to posterity, so that even now we can go back with them, as they would say, to a far-off day, on a far-off night, in a far-off time, in Uruk, as the scribe writes, Gilgamesh, what you seek you will never find. For when the gods created man, they let death be his lot, eternal life they withheld. Let your every day be full of joy, love the child that holds your hand, let your wife delight in your embrace, for these alone are the concerns of humanity. This is Irbil, the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. It's one of several mud brick towns in the north of Iraq, which have survived from the age of the first cities right up to our own time. Its great gate has been entered by conquerors from Alexander the Great and Tamburlaine to guerrilla armies in the recent wars in Kurdistan. Its mud brick walls and houses, fallen and rebuilt so many times over the years that the city now rests on a mound 100 feet deep in debris. Here, at the end of the second millennium AD, is the very image of the first urban life on Earth. Massive burned brick walls towering over the plain. If you could have flown over the densely packed workers' quarters of Uruk, Nippur, or Ur of the Chaldees, this is what you would have seen. And within the walls of Irbil, we can still get an idea of how people lived and how society was organized in those first cities of old Sumer. For here the past, literally, is still alive.
Inside the old citadel at Irbil, you find yourself in a maze of narrow lanes and alleyways fanning out from the main gate. And although the mud brick houses on either side have been rebuilt and destroyed countless times over the generations, the pattern of the streets is still essentially the same. There are 800 families here today, that's 4,000 people, organized into neighborhood wards just as they were in Ur and Nippur. So these were small-scale, face-to-face communities which knew each other or were related by kinship or marriage or from the old village, perhaps with a local shrine and a tiny little market, rather like later Islamic cities where each ward had its mosque, its souk and its bath.
In ancient times, the soul of the Mesopotamian town was the temple. Towering over the mud brick streets, a visible assurance to the townspeople that God was among them. It's still like that today. The Al-Mullah family has run the mosque here in Irbil for 600 years. In just the same fashion in ancient cities like Uruk or Nippur, single families can be traced over many generations running the main temples. In this little corner of Iraq, the gods have come and gone. Ishtar, Zoroaster, Yahweh, Jesus, and now Allah. But the ritual of worship itself has remained. And on this spot where the oracle of the goddess Ishtar once stood, there's been continuous worship for longer than anywhere else in the world. In such continuity, perhaps, lies one of the defining qualities of civilization. Civilization was a great achievement, and the Sumerians were justly proud of it. They loved city life and the luxuries it afforded. But at heart they were a pessimistic people who knew how fragile human achievement could be. On the famous standard from the golden age of the city of Ur, images of war and peace are mysteriously juxtaposed. One of the great Sumerian myths tells how the goddess Inanna brought the arts of civilization from the god of wisdom, Enki of Eridu, like Pandora's box. Here were the delights of society, exquisite craftsmanship, beautiful clothes, the arts of sex and music. But civilization has a darker side, said Enki, which has to be accepted along with the good. There was the art of being mighty, the art of being kind, the art of straightforwardness, the art of deceit, the art of kingship, justice, and the enduring crown. The resounding note of a musical instrument, rejoicing of the heart, the kindling of strife, the plundering of cities, the setting up of lamentation, fear, pity, terror. All this is civilization, said the god of wisdom. All this I give you, and you must take it all with no argument, and once taken, you cannot give it back. In around 2000 BC, signs of foreboding swept Sumer. Too much agricultural land had been ruined, inflation set in, famine, economic collapse. Evil, wrote the king Ibisin, is descending on our land. Then all the cities of Sumer were smashed by a coalition of ancient enemies from Iran and the desert. Ur is destroyed. Bitter is its lament. The country's blood now fills its holes like hot bronze in a mold. Bodies dissolve like fat in the sun. Our temple is destroyed. The gods have abandoned us like migrating birds. Smoke lies on our city like a shroud. Their lament has echoed down the ages, to be heard again at Troy, at Dresden, at Hiroshima. And how loaded with meaning it is for we of the late 20th century. For now we too have seen the columns of smoke hanging over Mesopotamia like a shroud. The people of Sumer would sing laments for their sacked cities for 2,000 years. Meanwhile, refugees fled Iraq on the caravan routes across the western desert, images evoking those of our own time. City dwellers become as one with nomads who'd never known a city. Among them, the Bible says, was a citizen of Ur, now revered by half the world, Abraham. witnesses to the ruin of civilization, faced by the unyielding harshness of nature, cast out of Eden. For such people, perhaps the old gods had failed. For Abraham, son of an idol maker in the old city of Ur, the disaster sowed the seeds of an idea which would change the world. An idea of stark simplicity, a single God, God the Father. Abraham took his idea with him as he migrated to Palestine. And now, ironically, he's viewed as the founding father by Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. For Abraham was the first man to make a covenant with God. It was perhaps Iraq's greatest legacy to the world. In the 7th century AD, Arab armies bearing the new faith of Islam swept into Mesopotamia, here at the cliff which gave the land its name, Al-Iraq. The coming of Islam to the land of Abraham was, in a sense, a homecoming, culmination of a long trend in the spiritual life of the Near East. Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, and Persians had all ruled this intractable brown land in long cycles of growth and decay. And gradually, through the triumphs and disasters, the people had come to view God with an attitude of unquestioning submission. And so the way was paved for the coming of Islam to the cliff which gave the land its name, Al-Iraq. After the Arab conquest in the south of Iraq, Old Sumer, Islam took on a distinctive local form which remained true to its ancient past, Shiism. In the sacred city of Kerbala, the Shiites carried the ancient Sumerian tradition of lamentation close to their hearts, as no other faith has done. And so it had been for thousands of years before Islam. Even the physical appearance of the great mosque of Imam Hussein at Kerbala recalls the buildings of Old Sumer, with its mosaics and the same blue tiles which had adorned the shrines of Uruk. A true temple, as the Sumerians would have said, shining like a rainbow in the bright sun. Shiism remains today the religion of the farmers and peasants of southern Iraq, Old Sumer, ruled since the Arab conquest by Sunni Muslim masters in Baghdad. In 1991, at the end of the Gulf War, Kerbala was devastated as the Shiites rose again against their overlords. Once more, the sacred shrine of Sumer was sacked and desecrated. And as so often before, the people of the south were left to lament. With such a tragic and turbulent history, it's amazing that so many different sects have managed to survive and flourish here. This is a Mandean wedding. The Mandeans are an astonishing survival of ancient Mesopotamian religious traditions. You could say they're the last of the Babylonians, but they also put us in touch with the baptismal customs out of which Christianity arose. For like Jesus, they call themselves followers of John the Baptist. Their wedding ceremonies are accompanied by full immersion in the Tigris, which in commemoration they still call the Jordan. This is perhaps as near as we can get today to the culture in which Jesus lived. The Mandaeans are a reminder of how pluralism and tolerance are essential qualities of civilization. A reminder, too, of how ordinary Iraqi people, despite the catastrophes of their history, have preserved tenaciously the things they hold dear. Life is victorious, says their marriage service. And indeed, what if a man gain the whole world and lose his soul? Baghdad had been founded by the Arab conquerors of Iraq in the 8th century. It became the greatest cultural center in the world, the richest city on earth, it was said. Little survives of that time today. Successive destructions of Baghdad have seen to that. But in the center of the old city is the mosque of its patron saint, Abd al-Gaylani. This was built at a time when colleges and philanthropic institutions were created throughout Islam before the universities of the West, before Oxford, the Sorbonne, and Bologna. The civilized atmosphere of its courtyards brings to mind the great scholars of the past who learned and taught here, scholars who translated the sacred books of the Jews and Christians, as they said, that we might better understand the decisions of God. Humane learning, wrote one of them, Abd al-Latif, leaves an aura like a ray of bright light shining on those who come after. And inside the shrine, you're reminded again of the old customs of Mesopotamian worship in the glittering Holy of Holies, whose magnificence distantly reflects something of that old pre-Islamic world. Saint, poet and mystic, al-Gaylani was founder of one of the great Sufi orders. And to pause for thought here in his shrine is to feel what a dynamic force Iraqi Islam, Shia and Sunni has been through history. But now, at the end of the 20th century, however much the rich and complacent West may wish it otherwise, Islam is once again a great power in the world. A beacon for the dispossessed peoples of Asia and Africa, an idea for which people still live and die.
From the time of Harun al-Rashid, Baghdad was one of the 3 greatest cities in the world, along with Constantinople and Xi'an in China. And like them, it was one of the great transmitters by which the cultural legacy of the ancients was passed on to the medieval and modern world. It's often forgotten in the West, but much of the Greek scientific and philosophical legacy was passed on to us by Arab scholars. And here in Baghdad in particular, the Mesopotamian legacy in astronomy and mathematics is found in medieval Arab texts, like this one. The library here at the Gaylani Mosque was founded in the 12th century, and some of its books date from that time, like this beautiful Quran. But it was one of the great tragedies in the history of Iraq that this period of high culture in Baghdad was cut short by the devastating Mongol attack of 1258, when the city was totally destroyed. And in the aftermath, one of the survivors left this poignant note. I recovered this book from the river Tigris, where it was thrown by the Mongols. Year of the Hijra, 656. That's 1258 in the Western calendar. I am poor for the mercy of God. Muhammad Abdul Qadr from Mecca. A testimony to enduring faith, not only in God, but in the power of the written word to create civilization.
You ask me, wrote a contemporary, about the sack of Baghdad. It was so horrible there are no words to describe it. I wish I'd died earlier and not seen how the fools destroyed these treasures of knowledge and learning. I thought I understood the world, but this Holocaust is so strange and pointless that I'm struck dumb. The revolution of time and its decisions have defeated reason and knowledge. The destruction of Baghdad in 1258 and the wrecking of the irrigation canals was a turning point in the history of the Middle East. There's no doubt, said a Persian writer, that even if for 1,000 years to come no evil befell Iraq, it will not be possible completely to bring back the land to the state it was before. By the end of the 16th century, Iraq, the cradle of civilization, had sunk to the lowest level. The old cities of the south were dead, the land had returned to desert. 400 years of Ottoman rule left it plundered by a greedy military. The great events of the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the discovery of the New World passed it by. Up here in the north, though, the old traditions of urban life hung on. This is Mosul. The 12th century Arab traveller Ibn Jubayr describes its lovely river frontage, with latticed windows and balconies. There could be no finer or more beautiful place than this, he said wistfully, to sit in the evening overlooking the river Tigris, talk to the people here who are cheerful, soft-spoken, kind and generous to strangers, fair in their dealings, civilized people. Out to the north of Mosul, in one of the loveliest spots in Iraq, the amazing religious life of the country has one more surprise. Our journey, which started in the Garden of Eden, has brought us finally to the domain of the Prince of Darkness, Satan himself. This is the shrine of the Yazidis. On the wall of the Yazidi temple, the place of honor goes to none other than the serpent from the Garden of Eden. Once unfairly branded as devil worshippers, the Yazidis believe that the real power in the world is Satan. It's Satan who dispenses good and evil, sickness and health, and so he needs careful and regular propitiation. Keeping a weather eye on the active presence of evil in the world, in their own way the Yazidis have come to terms with the devil's bargain of Iraqi history. After all its great achievements, Iraq reached the modern age like a society stopped in time. Right up until the 1920s, its ancient towns looked no different from those of the 3rd millennium BC, save that the ancients built bigger and better and had a higher standard of living. Oil would change all that, the second largest reserves in the world. And with independence, Iraq once again became a name on the world stage. Huge monuments were erected to its victorious wars. Here was a militarized society using cruelty as an arm of state. A state centered on a ruler cult which would have done credit to the ancient kings of Assyria. heaping up thousands of battered helmets taken from Iranian dead in emulation of Sennacherib and Ashur-nasirpal, who set up pillars of skulls outside their gates, blinding our enemies with the terror-inspiring glamour of our rule. And in an eerie reenactment of past horrors, Saddam would represent himself as an all-conquering Assyrian king riding roughshod over his foes. It was the old equation of Iraqi history, the idea that only a brutal ruler could hold the land together, stop it being plundered by its neighbors, a ruler who dealt in terror and savage and merciless punishment. There had been many such rulers in Iraq's past. Like the king who had himself represented on his public monuments, serenaded in a pleasure garden, while his enemy's severed head hung in a tree. The final step of this new order was to restore the most potent symbol of that ancient past, Babylon itself. Babylon the Great, as the Book of Revelation calls it, the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth. Even during the height of the war with Iran, this colossal project went ahead, rearing up palace walls with armies of guest workers from Egypt and Sudan, where Jewish captives had labored on the original. And in the rebuilt palace, every 50th brick was stamped in Arabic, restored in the era of Saddam. Just as in 600 BC, Nebuchadnezzar had advertised his own Babylonian revival for posterity. The message to the world from the late 20th century rulers of Iraq was simple. Mesopotamia, they said, had emerged once again from the darkness to become a bright light of civilization. But civilization consists not in walls of brick and stone, but in the ideals created within them, in the humane goals of life pursued by the predecessors who attempted to moderate naked power, as the Sumerians said, to cause justice to prevail in the land, that the strong may not oppress the weak. On the eve of the Gulf War of 1991, I returned to the marshes of southern Iraq. They'd been ravaged and then drained in the aftermath of the war with Iran. The water level had sunk, the waving green reed beds were now shriveled and brown. Once upon a time, said an ancient poet, Sumer, the great land of divine laws, had all that was needed for life. You, Sumer, set the ideals of civilization upon humankind. Lofty ideals, robed in enduring light. Once upon a time, when there was no fear, no terror. In 1991, a new war was fought in this desert where the first civilization arose, close to the ruins of the first city, Uruk. Another war fought over the natural resources of the earth on which we all depend. Another war supposedly for civilization against barbarism. It is as if history has come not to its end, but back to its starting point.
Viewed from across the plain today, Uruk, the first city of the world, the city of Genesis, seems like a great source of energy whose power is exhausted. The wheel of history has turned full circle here, back to the conditions which held in the beginning, before the Sumerians patiently labored to turn this monochrome landscape into emerald green fields stretching as far as the eye can see. Before they sailed their gaily festooned boats up the old track of the Euphrates from Nippur to rejoice in the spring festivals of the great goddess.
As they saw it themselves, this was a heroic age, the age of Gilgamesh and the first city builders. And we city dwellers of the late 20th century in London and New York, Paris and Tokyo can take a vicarious pride in their achievement. But it is this desert landscape of Uruk which is the spectre facing the children of the 21st century.
This is the largest gathering of people which has ever taken place on Earth at any time in history. It's the Kumbh Mela, India's biggest religious festival. By tonight, 15 or maybe 20 million people will be here to bathe at the confluence of the sacred rivers Jamna and Ganges. Here in this greatest of all pilgrimage places, the ashes of Gandhi and Nehru, the architects of modern India, were strewn on the waters. And so too Nehru's murdered successors, his daughter Indira, and in 1991 his grandson Rajiv. In India, the currents of sacredness run deep indeed. Among the millions of ordinary Indians from all castes and walks of life are holy men and women who've renounced the material world for a life of austerity and meditation, one of India's oldest callings. Here too are followers of the world's oldest living god, the creator and destroyer, the man-woman, the great yogi, Shiva himself. India was one of the earliest of the great civilizations, and it defined the goals of civilized life very differently from the West. The West raised individualism, materialism, rationality, masculinity as its ideals. India's great tradition insisted on non-violence, renunciation, the inner life, the female as pillars of civilization. And through all the triumphs and disasters of her history, she hung on to that ideal, an eternal quest to identify humanity with the whole of creation. A unity in diversity. As our troubled century draws to its close, a deeper understanding of the achievements of other civilizations has become a necessity. As Mark Twain said here a century ago, the Indians may seem poor to we rich Westerners, but in matters of the spirit, it's we who are the paupers, and they who are the millionaires. History is full of empires of the sword, but India alone created an empire of the spirit. Our search for India's past begins in an old British library in the heart of Calcutta, once capital of the British Indian Empire. The British colonized India for 200 years, but already that time is beginning to feel like a temporary interruption in the amazing continuities of Indian history. The memorials of that era are fading now with every monsoon rain, and a deeper past is reasserting itself. The India before the Europeans. India's history was almost unknown to the outside world till the 18th century. And then here in the Asiatic Society in Calcutta, the Europeans first discovered that India's sacred language, Sanskrit, the root of all the North Indian dialects, was akin to Greek and Latin. The oldest living language, it had entered India in the 2nd millennium BC with Aryan invaders. And the earliest and most revered Sanskrit literature comes from that time.
Of all the great collection of Sanskrit sacred texts, known collectively as the Vedas, the oldest is the Rig Veda. It comprises about 1,000 archaic chants and hymns, older even than Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, preserved over an immense period of time by oral transmission. This is the oldest surviving written text of the Rig Veda, and it dates only from the 14th century AD. But the first hymns in this collection could have been composed as early as 2000 BC. The tale they tell seems to be one of the migration of groups of Sanskrit-speaking peoples who called themselves Aryans, literally the noble ones, a migration into northern India. It suggests that they found there, when they arrived, a civilization which was already thriving, with cities and towns and forts, rich in cattle and treasure, with a dark-skinned population who contrasted with the light-complexioned northerners, the Aryans. The Rig Veda implies a long period of interaction between the two cultures, but it also certainly suggests that in places the Aryans destroyed the towns and cities of the native population, subdued them, and carved up their land for settlement. The location of these contacts and battles is made quite clear in the poems. It's that historical battleground extending from the Kabul River in Afghanistan through the Khyber Pass down into what is now Pakistan and into the Punjab, the area called by the Aryans Sapta Sindhava, the 7 rivers, the greatest of which was the Indus.
From the very beginning, rivers were sacred to Indian culture, literally the source of life. And the first Indian cities grew up on the rich alluvial soil left by the annual flooding of the Indus. In the 1920s, the clues in the Rig Veda led archaeologists here to the burning plain of Sindh in what is now Pakistan, to find a hitherto unknown and unsuspected civilization. A forgotten empire which had traded with Babylon and Ur of the Chaldees. During Egypt's Pyramid Age, Mohenjo-Daro had been the biggest city on earth and center of the most widespread civilization. But the language spoken here is still undeciphered. It's the greatest mystery in archaeology, and why the city died is still not known. Yet all over Mohenjo-Daro are clues which point to direct connections between this past and the present day. In the middle of town was a great brick-lined bath, recalling the central importance of ritual bathing in today's India. Here perhaps was a priest or guru, eyes narrowed in meditation. On merchants' seals were sacred trees and animals, still characteristic of India today. And here, surrounded by wild beasts sitting lotus fashion, the ancestor of the great yogi Shiva himself, the oldest god in the world. Those living links with the deep past point our search for India's roots to the village. This is Kosambi on the Jumna River south of Delhi. The village has been the basis of Indian life for thousands of years. 2/3 of her population of 850 million still live in places like this. And absorbing the invasions of Aryans, Muslims and British, it was the village which preserved the essential values of Indian culture. The key to those values is the deep-rooted belief that all life is sacred. In the overfed and secular West, the idea of the sacred cow may be meaningless. But here, for poor people, it pulls loads, gives milk, butter, fuel, manure. And to kill it is literally sacrilege. The basic beliefs of Hinduism reinforce this idea of the connectedness of life. At a village shrine, one of the highest priestly caste offers a libation and a Sanskrit prayer. This black stone icon, descended from the phallic stones of Mohenjo-Daro, is the mark of the god Shiva, a symbol of the life force. This well is used by the lowest caste, the untouchables, who do the dirtiest jobs. The caste system is an elaborate, graded form of social segregation based on what job you do. But it may have begun with colour, a kind of apartheid, keeping the light-skinned Aryan invaders separate from the conquered, darker-skinned native peoples. In the first millennium BC, the fusion of the Aryan newcomers and the older culture bore fruit in some of the greatest spiritual works of humanity. And amazingly, these ancient poems are still the most popular diet for mass audiences in India today. Especially the Mahabharata. Today's episode is virtually the Indian gospel, the Gita.
कुतस्त्वा कश्मलमिदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुष्टम स्वर्गम कीर्तिकरमर्जुन.
It is obsession with the senses and the material life, says the divine Krishna, which is the ruin of reason and will destroy humanity itself. India's conscience is perhaps her greatest gift to the world. Around 500 BC, city life revived in the Ganges Valley, and a renaissance took place as glorious as the age of Pericles in Greece. At its center was Benares. For the pilgrims bathing here on the morning of Shiva's festival day, Shivaratri, the city of Shiva is beyond time and history, a place of redemption. Every pious Hindu hopes to come here once in a lifetime to bathe in Mother Ganges. On the riverbank, pilgrim guides tell of the deeds of Shiva on earth to religious tourists from all over India. As early as the first millennium BC, the Mahabharata visualized India as one motherland united through pilgrimage. And this vast and continuous recirculation of money, people and ideas is what has given India the unity which it never had in politics until the British came.
So you've been to Bajnath. Bajnath you have been.
These men are typical of the thousands here today. Poor agricultural labourers from a village near Kosambi. In the last few days, they've travelled by bus a 2,000-mile round trip, visiting shrines high up into the Himalayas. They've spent their entire savings for the year. We do it, they say simply, because our ancestors did it.
The rich are here too. This is the Maharaja of Benares. He's revered by many as the living representative of Shiva on earth. At the heart of the sacred city is a labyrinth of narrow alleys. In the very centre is a small Shiva temple viewed by the pilgrims as the most sacred in India. It's the goal of everyone tonight, bearing their pots of Ganges water. In the inner sanctum, the simple black stone is submerged with offerings of milk and flowers. These ancient rituals connect the worshippers with their deity, but also their history, their myths, and their deepest racial memories. Western civilization saw one God who stood outside his creation. India saw numberless aspects of the same divinity, unity and diversity. Each was a vision deeply rooted in the distinctive character of its own civilization. Miles away from the gaudy tumult of Benares, in about 500 BC, a young Indian prince preached a sermon which would change the world. His name was Gautam, and we know him as the Buddha. I have reached the conviction, he said, that human suffering must be comprehended. The Buddha's answer to the perennial question was simple and typically Indian. It is attachment to the senses and to material desires, he said, which is the root of all human unhappiness. Get rid of those desires and you'll find the path to salvation.
The period of the Buddha's lifetime, from the 6th to the 5th century BC, has been called the Axis Age, because so many of the great thinkers in world history were alive at the same time. The Buddha and Mahavira in India, Pythagoras and the early Greek philosophers, the greatest of the Old Testament prophets like Isaiah, Confucius, Lao Tzu and the Taoists in China, and even some have thought Zoroaster in Persia. It's extraordinary to think that many of those people could actually have met each other. It suggests that the ancient world, which had emerged from the first civilizations of Iraq and Egypt, China and India, was undergoing a crisis of spirit, but also a crisis of opportunity. Fundamental questions were being asked about the nature of God, about the meaningfulness of life on earth, and about the basis of the authority for kings and states. And at the heart of that, the question which still plagues governments even today in the United States and the Soviet Union. How do you persuade your citizens to act as moral beings? How do you persuade them to be good? The different ways in which those civilizations attempted to come to terms with these questions still shape them and us today. The Near East took the path of monotheism, which would become central to the ideology of the West as well as Islam. China, the Confucian conception of the individual, the family, and the state in a perfectible moral order on earth. Whereas in India, the great tradition asserted that this earthly material life is simply illusion, and that true enlightenment can only come by forsaking it, the absolute opposite of the Western ideology. And so the social and economic character of these great cultural blocs is still shaped by that revolutionary epoch even today.
The Khyber Pass on the northwest frontier, a battleground for millennia. Here the Aryans had entered India, the first great wave of invaders. And in 326 BC, Alexander the Great's armies poured across the Khyber into India, the first great clash between East and West. But only decades later, an Indian Buddhist emperor set up inscriptions here in the Khyber, recording the first attempt to impose a political unity on India. This was the Mauryan Empire and the emperor, the great Ashoka. Little known outside his own country, Ashoka was one of the most remarkable people in world history. His story can be pieced together in his own words from inscriptions on stone columns, like this one at Kosambi, still today an object of veneration for Buddhist pilgrims. It was after a victorious war in which he killed 100,000 people that Ashoka became convinced that war was wrong. Then he developed the idea which would echo across the ages right down to Mahatma Gandhi: ahimsa, non-violence.
From now on, he said, I will try to conquer by right conduct alone. And then, all across India, columns like this were set up literally as pillars of morality in order to explain what this doctrine of right conduct, dharma, actually meant. Remarkably, it was not based on religion. It was a secular ideal of the dignity of human beings and the humanistic possibilities of civic morality. And in the clauses on these inscriptions appear all those words which modern politicians find so difficult to pronounce today: compassion, tolerance, gentleness, truthfulness. The clauses on non-violence abjure meat-eating and preserve a whole range of species, from the parrot to the rhinoceros. Forests, Ashoka says with prophetic force, must not be burned uselessly. In all this, and especially the ecology and the conservation measures, Ashoka sounds astonishingly modern to us today, perhaps misleadingly so, as he does in his wide-ranging social and welfare legislation. But so too in that bane of our time, massive state intervention, with an army of spies and thought police to check up on what people were doing. It sounds intolerable to us today, and no doubt it was to some people at the time too. But Ashoka is an extraordinary product of that extraordinary age, the Axis age, turning from the authority of religion and magic to that of reason and morality as a basis for politics. And however imperfectly he tried to execute it, his idea of dharma, of right conduct, was one of the great ideas of human history, to set beside Greek democracy, the American Bill of Rights, the Communist Manifesto. And as one stands with the late 20th century world roaring around, one might be forgiven for thinking that this was an idea whose time is almost come.
Ashoka's ideals had responded to a deep current in Indian culture. Here in the southwest, Kerala has long been a cosmopolitan place, Chinese fishing nets lining its lagoons. From the 1st century AD, Mediterranean merchants, drawn by its wealth, flocked here on the monsoon winds, as in later times did Vasco da Gama and the Chinese admiral Zheng He. From ports like this, Cochin, Arab traders bore some of India's greatest scientific discoveries to the west, including her most brilliant invention, the mathematical system we all use today. But the real motive for the trade was spice. Here in Cochin, for centuries, foreign merchants bought the famed spices of the Malabar coast, especially pepper and ginger, which are both words from South India. Such contacts help breed an outward-looking and tolerant society, as it still is. Sail up the little rivers and creeks in the Cochin backwaters, and you'll come across communities which embody the Indian idea of civilization as pluralism. Tradition says the Jews came to this village from Iraq in the 6th century BC. Theirs must be one of the oldest and loveliest synagogues in the world. They're only one family now, carefully maintaining the rites as best they can. But recently local girls have converted to marry into the family, so they still hope their traditions will be passed on. The Syrian Christians claim their church was founded by the Apostle Thomas himself. Islam, meanwhile, came by sea in the 7th century with Arab traders, peacefully, not as elsewhere by war and conquest. So here today in Chandamangalam, Hindu, Christian, Muslim and Jew live side by side. All these people of different faiths, says Krishna in the Gita, whatever form of worship they choose to fulfill their desires, ultimately their worship comes back to the same source. In the north, the impact of Islam was very different. India is full of riches, wrote the Muslim historian Al-Biruni, entirely beautiful and delightful. And as its people are mainly infidels and idolaters, it is right by order of God for us to conquer them. Within a few decades of the Prophet's death, Islam had swept westwards to Spain and eastwards to the Indus Valley. Eventually, Muslim attacks shattered the old Hindu kingdoms of the north. Benares itself fell in 1194, and in the heart of the city, you can still see what results from asserting by force the unique truth of one faith over another. Mosques built out of the ruins of Hindu temples, smashed Hindu walls sticking out of the back of a Muslim prayer hall. Religion itself is outraged, said Mahatma Gandhi, when outrage is done in its name. These tragedies initiated a long and tortuous relationship between Hindu and Muslim, which both enriched India and, even in our own time, has threatened to tear it apart. In Benares, the Muslims became the mainstay of the city's economy. The thousands of silk weavers like Subhan Ali and his sons, with their tiny shops and handlooms, are all Muslim. It was here in the 15th century that the poor weaver Kabir preached the brotherhood of Hindu and Muslim. But in 1991, a rising tide of Hindu fundamentalism saw their looms smashed, saris burned, and livelihoods ruined, as India's ideal of unity and diversity went through a new ordeal of fire. A mixed Hindu and Muslim culture arose in the north. And in the 16th century, there was yet another brilliant flowering of Indian civilization, the Moguls. The Mughal Empire created an art and architecture which still defines our popular image of India today, in its flamboyant mixture of Hindu, Persian, and Muslim. This is Fatehpur Sikri, founded in 1569 near Agra by Akbar the Great. Akbar commissioned a great translation of the Mahabharata into Persian, along with these exquisite paintings. He came to understand that the only way to rule India, indeed any civilization, is with tolerance and pluralism, and increasingly he was drawn to the deepest currents in Indian thought.
The most fascinating aspect of Akbar's career, and surely the one that's most relevant to us today, was his attempt to find a synthesis of all the religions in his empire. It could only ever have happened, one imagines, in a heady religious climate of India. And it's all the more remarkable because Akbar was brought up a devout Muslim and he was illiterate. His tutors unanimously condemned him as a bad pupil. But impressed by the terrible evils which are unleashed by religious intolerance, and perhaps motivated by political considerations, Akbar summoned holy men from the Hindus and the Jains, the Christians and the Jews, the Zoroastrians, even Mandeans from Persia, along with Sunni and Shia Muslims. And out of their discussions, he attempted to formulate a simple belief in God, a doctrine of right conduct which strangely echoes Ashoka, even though Akbar knew nothing of him and nor, it seems, of Buddhism. Akbar was even prepared to acknowledge the rightness of the case for vegetarianism, although as a good meat-eating Mughal, that was one aspect that he couldn't fulfill in his personal life. One of his friends at court said that Akbar had the one quality which makes a ruler truly great, namely the capacity to meet people of whatever rank or whatever religion with the same eye of favour. His tolerance would be remarkable even today, I think. But in the 16th century, Western Europe, for example, was torn apart by religious wars, with unspeakable cruelties being done to people in the name of God. Akbar's noble ideals were, of course, doomed to failure. But his insight into the Indian predicament was not lost on Pandit Nehru in the 1940s, nor on Mahatma Gandhi, who insisted that all religions are true. Here in Fatehpur Sikri, at the Gate of Victory, this great son of a great Muslim dynasty left us this epitaph. Jesus, peace be on him, said this: "The world is a bridge, cross it, but build no house upon it. The world endures for but an hour, spend it in devotion, the rest is unseen."
Akbar's city of dreams was deserted because of lack of water. Today, Fatehpur Sikri lies high and dry on its ridge near Agra. His empire had created a unified state, giving the same rights to Muslim and Hindu. An empire of the sword had succumbed to the empire of the spirit. Now it has become clear to me, Akbar wrote, that in our troubled world, so full of contradictions, it cannot be wisdom to assert the unique truth of one faith over another. The wise person makes justice his guide and learns from all. Perhaps in this way, the door may be opened again, whose key has been lost. In the far south of India, a verdant and fecund land of temples, the Tamils escaped the full Muslim impact, and here the ancient Hindu vision of unity survived. From ancient times, the Tamil shore was frequented by Greek and Roman traders. Here, said their poets, beautiful great ships of the Greeks bearing gold came splashing on the white foam to return laden with spices. And in their turn, the Tamils would later spread Hindu culture as far as Java and Cambodia. The Tamils left brilliant legacies in poetry, painting and sculpture. But their finest creations were in bronze. Among their masterpieces is this image of Shiva. The wild god of prehistory is here transformed by the Tamil sensibility into a sinuous and sensuous cowherd with a turban of snakes. This was cast in one piece in 1011, 400 years before Donatello in Florence. There'd been nothing like it since the ancient Greeks. But perhaps the most beautiful of all Tamil bronzes is this portrayal of the dual nature of divinity, male and female in one body. This is the soft girl, said the Tamil poet, his body the colour of sea coral, and hers the glow of fire, united in their essence.
The cultural centre of the Tamils from ancient Greek times was Madurai, the splendid temple with its tall towers, as their poets sang. The city where no temple stands, they thought, was no city, but a mere wilderness. And as if to prove their point, they created some of the most extraordinary religious buildings on the planet. The Tamils exemplify India's search for unity and diversity. They're separate from the north by race and language. Their temples strongholds of loyalty to their own region and culture and local deities. Even their architecture is a testimony to teeming multiplicity of gods, of imagination itself. And yet, Tamil culture is united to Mother India through the search for the eternal Dharma, the law of human righteousness, and the universal vision of human existence, which the great tradition of India has always sought. The Tamils have also remained loyal to India's primordial maternal roots. The chief deity here in Madurai is the great goddess, the female principle in creation, long supplanted in the West by the male gods of monotheism. And here, perhaps, lies the solution to the unsolved mystery of Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus cities. For it may be that the dark-skinned Tamils are the distant descendants of that civilization, and in their ancient rituals, at however great a distance, there is a still living connection. Once a year, the image of the goddess is taken to the banks of a sacred lake to celebrate her marriage to Shiva. There, she and her consort are serenaded with haunting hymns in Tamil, perhaps the living descendant of the language of the Indus cities. The great goddess, the Indians say, is the cause of all. She is peace, all forms of faith, ever in all things, and pervading all creation. And now the last and perhaps most fateful invasion of India took place. Soon she could be depicted as a naked black female, submissively offering her riches to Britannia. India entered the cataclysmic epoch which has left few native cultures of the world intact, the era of colonialism. The natural resources of India were plundered. Her trees and animals, which Ashoka had protected 2,000 years before, were thoughtlessly consumed. The Indians, bearers of the world's oldest civilization,
were treated like children by people who saw themselves as the superior race. In fantastical costumes and invented ceremonies, the rulers of a small island 5,000 miles away glorified themselves. How easy it is to forget that there was an India before the British came, which is still there now they've gone. And for all the achievements of the British, their most fateful legacy was to open up India irrevocably to a wider world. Our search has brought us back finally to Allahabad and to the family house of the Nehrus. In this room, Indian Democrats met to discuss what India's future paths should be. Their hopes and fears have been echoed time and again in our modern world. How far should the Western model be followed? Capitalism, democracy, Western science. How far can indigenous traditions work as the basis of a modern state? Nehru, the first Prime Minister, thought European models were the way forward and came to believe in a complete break with the ancient past. His friend Mahatma Gandhi, whose bedroom this is, had faith in India's own path, in self-cultivation, in local economies and village democracy, in Ashoka's principle of non-violence. For him, the greatest legacy any civilization has is simply itself.
The modern state of India, conceived and argued over only half a century ago in this house, in fact rests on a great tradition extending back thousands of years with an amazing cultural continuity which has reasserted itself time and time again, and which brings the ideals of the Buddha and Ashoka and Akbar converging on this house like thought lines. India has been prodigiously gifted and creative in every field of human endeavor. If we were to choose one characteristic legacy, and it would be a Western choice, then perhaps it is that India placed the spiritual quest at the center of life in the way that no other civilization did. But India also had a deep-rooted secular tradition, extending back as far as the time of Ashoka. And this tradition deeply impressed Nehru and his friends as they attempted to frame a new constitution for their new secular state. They were also inspired, as we can see from the books on Nehru's shelves, by the egalitarian tradition developed in the West through the revolutions in England and America, in France and Russia, although some of those ideals were at odds with the great tradition. Both those great currents went into the modern state of India. Which way the great tradition will go in the 21st century, history cannot tell us. But it's worth recording that in the 1990s, the greatest audiences on television in India still came to watch the Gita, the most ancient and the most authentic tradition of life in India, with its assertion that moral enlightenment is the goal of every citizen in life. And here too, in the Nehru house in Allahabad, a thumbed boyhood copy of the Gita lay at Nehru's bedside from childhood to old age. So perhaps it is still true at the end of the 20th century, true for nations as well as people, that we may know our ends by our beginnings.
Outside the Nehru house, the climax of the Kumbh Mela has arrived. The greatest gathering of people ever seen on earth are waiting for dawn. when led by the naked renouncers of this world, they will bathe in the sacred river, in Mother Ganges, the symbol of India's age-long civilization.
China was the last of the great civilizations to develop independently in the Old World, over 1,000 years after the first in Iraq. And theirs was a vision of life unique to itself. The Chinese conception of civilization differed completely from that of the West. For them, its goal was a moral order on earth, sustained by virtue, ritual, and reverence for ancestors.
These ancient ideas permeated all aspects of Chinese life, even the cataclysms of our own time, from the communist revolution down to the crushing of the democracy movement here in Tiananmen Square in 1989, have been played out against these deeper forces which have shaped China for thousands of years. This is a search for the roots of Chinese history. And our search begins in the old lanes here near the Temple of Heaven in Beijing. Tucked away in the alleys here is the oldest pharmacy in Beijing, founded in 1663.
Simply Beijing Dongringtang Pharmacy.
Yeah.
That is enough. It's so famous.
Yeah, it's now it's Beijing, China.
In Chinese medicine, as in all traditional Chinese culture, the basic idea is the search for harmony on earth. Ultimately, this was the goal of civilization itself. And to reach it, inner and outer lives must be in congruence. Yin and yang, as they say, female and male, dark and light. This elemental balance underlies all Chinese thought, whether in science or philosophy, in food, or as here, in medicine.
The discovery of the origins of Chinese history happened by a strange chance. In 1899, a Chinese scholar who was quite well known here in Peking, Wang Yizhong, was suffering from malaria. He had prescriptions for it made up in his local pharmacy. It could even have been this one. At the time, a friend of his was staying with him as a house guest, and he saw the prescriptions being made up. One of the ingredients was a recipe which had been used by Chinese doctors for hundreds of years, ground up old bones, known as dragon bones. But to their astonishment, when the two men looked at the bones, they saw that on them was a strange, archaic form of writing, some of whose characters were the same as those used in modern Chinese writing. And though this recipe had been used for hundreds of years, this was the first time it had come to the attention of scholars. The two men determined to find out where the bones had come from. They combed the apothecaries' shops in this part of Peking, and eventually they came up with their answer. The bones had been dug up near a dusty little town in central China, in the plain of the Yellow River, a town called Anyang.
the Yellow River. Coming down from Mongolia, bearing its rich yellow silt to the Yellow Sea. Destroyer of cities, killer of millions, even in our own century. Chinese civilization first arose on its banks, but unlike the civilizations of the West, the source of political power did not lie in control of nature, but in control of the past. There's nothing to see at Anyang today. The site of the palaces and tombs where the dragon bones were found has been ploughed over. But here were the ruins of Yin, the last city of the ill-fated Shang Dynasty, burned down in 1100 BC. And here was the answer to the riddle of the dragon bones. The chemists in Beijing had been grinding up the ritual archive of the Shang kings. These were oracle bones used by royal diviners to communicate with the ancestral spirits. In these strange marks lay the beginnings of the I Ching, the great Chinese book of wisdom. It was through the magic power of writing that the ancestral spirits could be raised. And the ancient Chinese word for these symbols, wen, writing, would become the word for civilization itself. In the beginning was not the city, but the word. The second key find at Anyang was the bronzes. They were used for sacrifices and ritual meals. Their inscriptions tell of the worship of ancestors and lineage, basic preoccupations of the Chinese till today. It was the possession of these things, the performance of the correct rituals, the monopoly of bronze and writing, which gave the rulers access to the wisdom of the ancestors. This was the basis of political power. And only with this could the ruler possess the greatest of all gifts. A gift to be kept only so long as he was just and cared for the people. The mandate of heaven. A fresh grave in the cemetery of the Qing family in Chufu. A monument to the most influential figure in Chinese history, Confucius, Confucius. It was Confucius who transformed the magic of the Bronze Age into the conception of the state as a moral order sustained by virtue and ritual. Confucius lived in that astonishing Axis age when the Buddha was alive, and Pythagoras and the Greek philosophers, the Jewish prophets. Not a religious leader, but the codifier of China's traditions in history, poetry, and ritual. His teachings were the ideal of Chinese government for 2,000 years.
At the center of Confucius' message was a very simple and original idea. He wasn't concerned with God or the afterlife or heaven. I don't know anything about those things, he said. His concern was that of every government today on earth. How do you build a just and stable society here? And his answer was this: goodness was the essential quality needed to keep society together. People are not born good, they need to be taught goodness, rulers and ruled. But it was essential that the rulers were taught goodness, spiritual and intellectual, because if rulers rule with unjust harshness and severity, meting out punishments with regimentation, then people lose their faith in the law, they lose their respect for themselves, they have no sense of shame. But if people are taught goodness, then they have all those qualities and they regulate themselves.
Confucius' vision then was of a moral society bound together by mutual respect and trust. And though he was an aristocrat, it was an anti-authoritarian idea because the ideology would rest with the scholars, not with the emperors, who themselves had to obey that golden mean. Otherwise they risked forfeiting the mandate of heaven, as even today's rulers of China have found out.
In the last few years, the rulers of China have revived some of the old Confucian traditions, at least in their outward form. Performance of these rituals ceased after the Communist Revolution. These are actors, and this ceremony in Confucius' hometown is for tourists. They're largely foreign Chinese tourists from Taiwan, Hong Kong and Singapore, rediscovering routes severed, temporarily it would now seem, in 1949. It's a vision of a splendid past which the rulers of China in our time attempted to do away with in the belief that new traditions could replace them. But just when we think we've shaken it off, the past has an uncanny habit of coming back to restate its old claims on our loyalties. The ancient Chinese believed that Earth, nature, and the cosmos were part of a harmonious natural order, the Tao, or path. The search for the right path, Taoism, is the second great stream of Chinese thought, a natural mysticism to set beside the practical common sense of Confucius. Not an alternative, but the other half of a necessary balance in life. The pilgrim path up the sacred mountain Taishan is a symbol for that search for the Tao. It's been walked for thousands of years by Chinese people, rich and poor, from the first emperor to Chairman Mao. And today, tourists and pilgrims are coming again. For so long, Western culture has seen nature in terms of control and exploitation. But for the Chinese, it is the source of all harmony and balance. They thought it was our duty as human beings, through art, religion, or science, to understand the harmony, not to abuse it or needlessly to change it, but to go with the force of nature, the yin and yang, as they would say.
The little Taoist temple on the top of Taishan, dedicated to the goddess of the mountain, was wrecked in the Cultural Revolution. It's now lived in again, not by actors, but by real Taoist monks and nuns who came back in 1985, committing themselves to the old way. In the end, said the Taoist sage Lao Tzu, all creatures return to their distinctive roots. That is called returning to one's destiny. These people are tourists from Taiwan. Their leader is a spirit medium well known on TV in Taipei. It's the kind of ceremony you can see in backstreet ancestor temples, in the urban jungles of Singapore and Hong Kong. Now they're returning to commune again with the older ancestors. On the summit of Taishan, the pilgrims wait for the first glimpse of the dawn. It was up here that Chairman Mao proclaimed the East is red. But that was before his great leap forward turned the dawn yellow with pollution. The first emperor surveyed his kingdom from here as the sun rose and announced, "Now I've united the whole world." Confucius said simply, "Now I realize how small the world is." The Silk Route in the Gobi Desert, in the far west of China, the most inhospitable landscape in the world. Across this desert, from the 2nd century AD, came the ideas, goods and people which ushered in China's first international age. Till this time, Chinese civilization had developed in isolation, uniquely itself, neither wanting nor needing anything from the outside world. But now contacts opened up with Central Asia, Persia, even Rome, but especially with India. For what the Chinese wanted was not material riches, but spiritual enlightenment. The wisdom of the Buddha. The Chinese never developed, perhaps never needed, an elaborate theology of their own. Indeed, the Western idea of a personal God is utterly foreign to them. But Buddhism, with its atheistic and democratic message, its deep care for ritual, was to have the greatest appeal of all the foreign religions which took root here. Buddhism was the third great stream making up the current of Chinese civilization, along with Confucian wisdom and Taoist mysticism. And the later Chinese came to believe that these three philosophies contained the essential ideas of civilization, and without any one of them, life would be unbalanced. That however sophisticated and technologically advanced a society might become, its people could only be fulfilled through inner enlightenment and the contemplation of eternity.
In the Tang Dynasty, Chinese scholars went on great missionary journeys to India to bring back authentic texts and relics of the Buddha. And in this little temple, in a secluded valley outside Xi'an, are kept the ashes of the most famous of those missionaries, Xuanzang. Some of the texts he brought back from India in the 7th century are still here.
What is it made out of?
它是用什么做的？
这是用印度的一种巴布洛树，巴布贝的一种树叶子做的。
It's made of palm trees in India.
Palm leaf. Palm leaf. Yes. And the script is not Sanskrit, is it? What is the language?
他说这是什么文？
这是印度一种古巴的古巴。
The Asian Pali.
This is Asian Pali. Ah, I see. Does he know how many books Xuanzang actually brought back to China from India?
他说您知道不知道玄奘法师从印度带回来多少本书
？Xuanzang brought 650 books back to Xi'an for translation. Rucksack on his back, a lamp to light his way. It's rare in history that we can pinpoint the very moment when one great civilization goes out to learn from another. In the 8th century AD, all roads in Asia led to Xi'an, or Shang, as it was then known. It was the greatest city in the world, rivaled only by Baghdad and Constantinople. Its vast square laid out like a chessboard. A huge ritual enclosure, Shang'an's central boulevard was 4 miles long and twice as wide as today's avenue, which leads to the city's bell tower. This was the first time that foreigners had entered China in any numbers, and as often in later days, they were confined to their own area at night, well away from the centre of power.
Over in the western quarter of the city, though, in the foreigners' enclave, you could find an anarchic vitality and a sophistication and a cultural mix that impressed all visitors to Chang'an. Here there were Muslims, Christians and Jews from Syria and Iraq, Zoroastrians and Manichaeans from Iran and Central Asia. There were Persian conjurers, Turkish moneylenders and Hindu fakirs. In the cafes there was Central Asian music, Asian food as there still is today, and also entertainment from singing and dancing girls from Persia and even further afield. Some of them, it was said, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Small wonder then that, as the writer of the time said, you could misspend your youth in cities like this and end up with nothing but the reputation of a wanderer in the blue houses.
In Chinese eyes, the Tang Dynasty was above all the most golden of the many golden ages of their poetry. An art whose roots go back to the shamanistic magic of the Bronze Age. For the Chinese, indeed, composing poetry is one of the essential ingredients of civilization.
But if we could choose a single career to symbolize this first international era of Chinese culture, then it would be perhaps the great poet Li Bai, or Li Po as we know him in the West. Li Po was the product of the Silk Road. He was born not in China but out in Central Asia and spoke one of the Turkish languages. He spent his early years as a wandering soldier of fortune before he found his opportunities here in the greatest city on earth. He was a magnetic personality, irascible, self-taught, flashing eyes, a fearsome voice, and a heaven-sent talent. He was a prodigious drinker, too. The story goes that he died falling drunk into a river trying to catch at the reflection of the moon. But Li Po wandered through the music halls and the cabarets and restaurants of Chang'an and the other cities of China, his ear tuned not only to classical poetry, but to folk songs and ballads and the latest pop music coming hot out of Central Asia on the caravan trails. He was always an outsider. He refused pointedly to sit the Confucian examinations, preferring to do it, as he would have put it, his way. Always an outsider, but still today among the Chinese people, along with his friend Du Fu, their best loved and their best known poet.
Beyond the vermilion gates and the smell of wine and flesh, wrote Du Fu, people are freezing and starving to death. In thousands of villages, they harvest only weeds, while the women do the ploughing. The people of China can face any test, if only their leaders treat them humanely. The Tang Dynasty ended in social upheaval and revolution, like many in Chinese history. But it was followed by one even greater. 400 miles from Xi'an, eastwards down the Yellow River, lies Kaifeng. In the 11th century AD, Kaifeng was the capital of what is regarded as the peak of Chinese civilization, the Sung Dynasty, a golden age unsurpassed in world history.
The Sung achievement was right across the board, from industry and technology to art, literature, poetry, history, and it makes it one of the great cultural epochs of the world. And with the existence of printing, they could disseminate their ideals right across Eastern Asia. There was another characteristic to that time, and that was of an intense inward cultivation, of inward development. They reshaped the old ideals of Confucian philosophy, of self-development and secular piety, harnessed them to an examination system which ensured that only the best could aspire to positions of power, and they made that the root of their state culture. Indeed, that philosophy would dominate Eastern Asia for the next millennium, and is the cultural basis of the phenomenal success of countries like Japan and Korea in modern times, for they are still essentially Confucian.
Here in Kaifeng, as everywhere in today's China, 40 years of communist rule have not severed these deeper beliefs. Reverence for ancestors, filial piety, Confucian virtues are all coming back into the open now that freedom of worship is once more guaranteed. It's the autumn festival tonight in Kaifeng, and on the streets the old market and restaurant culture of the city is resurgent. Here in Kaifeng in the 11th century are the origins of another of China's great gifts to humanity, its cooking. The Chinese was the world's first great cuisine, long before the French. In Sung times, vast restaurants here, like the Humane Harmony Diner, it was said turned night into day. Like its medicine, Chinese cooking is based on ancient theories of harmony and balance, on the 5 elements, the 5 tastes, yin and yang, the old themes of Chinese culture. And here today in Kaifeng, you can still find the oldest restaurant in the world, Ma Yuqing's Bucket Chicken House, founded in 1153. Tell that to Maxims of Paris. A cuisine is a whole way of seeing the world. It's one of the simplest and most direct ways in which people can enjoy life, a mark of civilization, and the Chinese excelled in it, as they still do. In the 13th century, when European visitors came in numbers to China for the first time, they were still open-mouthed at what they saw. Sailing up the Grand Canal here in Suzhou, the Venetian Marco Polo had no doubt that this was the greatest civilization in the world. I tell you, he said, in all truth, the riches and resources, it's all on such a stupendous scale, you wouldn't believe it unless you saw it. If the Chinese were warlike, they could conquer the rest of the world. Thank goodness they're not. At this time, agricultural and commercial revolutions led to a population boom, which saw China become the most populous country on earth, as it still is today. But the country was self-sufficient and could feed all its people. As the Arab traveller Ibn Battuta said, theirs was incomparably the highest standard of living in the world. There comes a point in the life of any civilization when the basic necessities of life for the people have been satisfied. Food, shelter, freedom from violence. Then it can aspire to extend its higher ideals to more and more of its people. The key conception of Chinese civilization had always been the search for harmony. And all its manifestations were part of that search. From the patterns of the bronze caster and the painter, the porcelain maker, to the designs of the silk weaver. By cultivating such arts, the noble person could realize the universal harmony which Confucian wisdom sought. For the Chinese, this was the supreme mission of civilization. The path to such wisdom still began with the magic of writing. From its beginnings as a tool of divination, writing remained the means of access to the wisdom of the ancestors. The symbol for writing, the sign called wen, had begun by signifying the characters on the oracle bones. Through time, its meanings deepened and widened to embrace writing, culture, refinement, elegance, till writing came to mean civilization itself. It was nothing less than an expression of the way the Chinese saw the world. But now the way China saw the world began to change. From this vast bay at Quanzhou in South China, now silted up, but then the busiest port in the world, Admiral Zheng He embarked on great voyages of exploration in the 15th century, which could have changed the course of history. Zheng He sailed his fleets to the great South Indian harbour of Cochin, the meeting place of East and West. Here he would have seen the Chinese fishing nets imported in Mongol times, for Indian merchants had long traded with China from here, exchanging pepper and spices for porcelain and silk. From Cochin, Zheng He explored East Africa and visited the Persian Gulf and Mecca itself. He could have discovered the West, and he had the inclination. It would be nearly a century before Vasco da Gama sailed into this same harbour, not as a bearer of peace, but a harbinger of war and conquest. Then, suddenly, the imperial bureaucrats banned any further voyages, despite their rich commercial potential. The ships were broken up, their logbooks destroyed, and now only a few stone inscriptions on a wind-swept hillside remain to speak of one of the great mysteries of history.
Western thinkers have always taken a brutally simple line on the stopping of Zheng He's explorations. For them, it would be like calling a halt to manned space exploration on the eve of the first moon landing. It's proof that the Chinese are backward-looking and ignorant, had no desire for new knowledge, and were run by a load of hidebound bureaucrats. Proof, too, that the West was the fount of science and technology and progress and had a monopoly on the spirit of enterprise. But as always in history, there are many ways of looking at the same question. After all, it was the Chinese who were the great technological innovators. So perhaps it's really a question of how different civilizations think you should use technology. And perhaps then the Chinese saw, quite sensibly on the face of it, that their true interests lay here, inside their own borders, cultivating their soil, cultivating the inner life, searching for the harmony that had always been the goal of their civilization. And that it was the West, on the other hand, that had a compulsive desire to change, a compulsive need to invade other people's space, both moral and physical, and a refusal to accept limits on its own. Since the 18th century, it's been customary to talk about the East needing to catch up with the West. These days, that's obviously happening all around us, materially, if it's not happened already. But it takes two to make a dialogue. And perhaps the West still has some catching up to do. Perhaps the West still has to learn from the East a way of cultivating its inner space, of accepting limits on desires and space in an increasingly finite world. At the beginning of this modern dialogue between the East and the West, the French philosopher Pascal said that the trouble with Western man was this: he did not know how to be content in an empty room.
The banning of the Ming voyages was part of a deeper introspection in Chinese culture.
Now, behind a new Great Wall to keep out the barbarians, the Chinese built a new capital far to the north, Beijing, the North City. Here at the altar of heaven, the emperor continued to perform the rituals of the Bronze Age, in the belief that the world would never change. The longest and richest intellectual tradition in the world, now increasingly turned in on itself. And here in the National Library in Beijing is the most staggering proof both of that greatness and of its progressive desiccation. This is the greatest literary enterprise of all time, an encyclopedia running to 79,000 handwritten volumes, still in its original shelves and boxes, labelled in green, red, blue and grey, according to the imperial cataloguing system of spring, summer, autumn and winter, for classics, history, philosophy and literature. A testimony to the idea that all knowledge, past, present and future, could be contained in a single room. But all this time, far away in barbarian Europe, Bacon, Newton, Descartes had been concerning themselves not with how to perfect the past, but how to control the future. And now some Chinese intellectuals began to plead for a more open approach to knowledge. Among them, an obscure young historian called Chang Xuecheng.
It was Chang Xuecheng, on the very eve of the most momentous upheaval in Chinese history since the time of the Qin emperor, in other words, the clash with the West, and all that that would engender. It was he who attempted to reappraise the way that the Chinese had seen history since the very beginnings of the Confucian tradition. For him, history was an all-embracing concept which would include all of this, the entire canon of Chinese literature. The Confucian texts, he said, were all history. Confucius may be a true guide to life, but he is also simply a historical text. And the time is past when history should be merely minute textual analysis and compilation by squads of scholars burrowing away on a rigid and old-fashioned curriculum. History should be dynamic and meaningful. Some have seen him as a precursor of the revolution, a prophet of democracy, an enemy of feudalism. That's no doubt exaggerated. But in 1799, 2 years before his death, he wrote a prophetic letter about what he saw as the inevitable decline of the Qing Dynasty and the worrying prospects ahead. This was a time, he said, when history should no longer concern itself merely with the past, but should use the past to reform the present and indeed to look into the future. And the historian's greatest gifts, he said, were not just knowledge, but inspiration and insight. And a historian's inspiration, he thought, was just like the I Ching, the Book of Changes, in that it enabled him to look into the future. At the moment of his death, China was about to come face to face with another culture whose view of history was diametrically opposed to that of the Chinese tradition. The Europeans, with their Judeo-Christian heritage, believed that history was purposive, that it was leading towards an appointed end, and that they would be the winners.
The first Chinese descriptions of we Westerners are not flattering. These barbarians have a grim look, untidy hair, an unpleasant smell. They have no rituals worthy of the name. They're liars and are rather arrogant. They conquer countries by fraud and force, ingratiating themselves in a friendly way before they oppress the natives. At the heart of their conduct is violence. By the 18th century, the coasts of the South China Sea were frequented by the Spanish, the Dutch, Portuguese, English, and later Americans. all bearing Chinese inventions: gunpowder, the stern rudder, the magnetic compass, paper maps. Coming not just to sell, but to impose their goods, their ideas, their religion, their will. They soon set up trading colonies, lording it from grand mansions paid for by the illicit trade in goods like opium. In the tale of colonial infamy, this is one of the least known episodes in the West. But it culminated in the central event of 19th century Chinese history, the Opium War.
The point of the opium trade simply was to sell opium to China, but in practice that meant getting as many Chinese people addicted to the drug as possible. But opium was prohibited in China and had an almost negligible local consumption, so it had to be sold illicitly in bulk from the one permitted trading post on the mainland, Canton, and from offshore bases like this one. The indispensable link in this setup was India. There, the British imperial possessions had grown in the last decades of the 18th century. And as the British themselves produced nothing which the Chinese wished to buy, it was in India that the opium, and to a lesser extent the cotton, could be grown, that could be traded in for the luxuries that the British desired, and especially tea, which by then had become a national obsession. And so an infernal triangle was set up between Britain, China, and India, which parallels the tragic triangle of the previous century between Africa, the Caribbean, and Europe, the slave trade. And this was no small business, incredible as it may sound. In the early 19th century, opium was the biggest single trade anywhere. It is as if today the Colombian drug barons possessed such a powerful fleet that they were able to sail into San Francisco Bay and compel a large portion of the population of the United States to become addicted to heroin and cocaine, and to wipe out the US fleet if it intervened.
In what Gladstone called the most disreputable war ever fought by the British, the Chinese fleets, hopelessly outgunned and outdated, were smashed to pieces. Defeated by the very technology which they had invented but let stand still. For the Chinese, defeat was a shattering revelation, forced now to watch impotent as the Western barbarians, their cultural inferiors, now began to carve up the Middle Kingdom into colonies with the same greedy relish that they had scrambled for Africa and dismembered India. Unable to cope with the pressure of the outside world, the Chinese government now collapsed. Chinese people were treated like animals in their own land by the Western imperialists, harnessed to polo traps for sport, banned along with dogs in their own public parks. The great time of revolution had arrived, as the I Ching, the Book of Changes, states, and the great man was at hand, in whom all belief would reside. In 1949, Mao and the communists took power on a tide of emotion and optimism, after years of civil war, famine, and foreign rule.
But in their haste to erase the past, they killed millions by ill-judged reforms and tyrannical violence. And this in the name of a Western ideology and a Western conception of history. Today, the Chinese people are living through a time of great opportunity. Still without political power, they're poised nonetheless to become an economic giant. They could regain their place as the greatest of all civilizations. But when their rulers crushed the democracy movement, Here in Tiananmen Square in 1989, they showed the old fear of authoritarians throughout history, the fear of the past to discredit the present.
On the streets at night, the Chinese people can listen once more to the old music banned under Mao's dictatorship. In the I Ching, the ancient Chinese book of divination, there is a hexagram entitled Revolution. In a revolution, it says, 2 mistakes must be avoided. You must not move with excessive haste, nor use excessive ruthlessness against the people. What is done must correspond to a higher truth. A revolution not founded on inner truth will come to grief. For in the end, the people will support only what they feel in their hearts to be just.
Egypt was one of the earliest of the great civilizations which arose independently on Earth 5,000 years ago. The monuments the ancient Egyptians left behind, like this, the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, are still among the most impressive and the most long-lasting creations of humanity. In the pyramid are enshrined some of the central concerns of their culture, concerns shared by all civilizations, even by the modern West. But no civilization held them for longer or more tenaciously than the ancient Egyptians.
Over the last 20 years, we in the Western world have become painfully aware of how our well-being is inextricably bound up with that of nature. And that understanding has given us a fresh insight into the psychology of Egyptian civilization, their attitude to religious cult, to rulership, to the afterlife, and to the idea of the unchanging stability of the cosmos. And what more dramatic illustration can there be in the whole world than the Great Pyramid, and this room in particular, of the human yearning for immutability, for the human concern for life after death. And the fact that this place has the power to move us so much after so many millennia, whatever culture we come from, is a testimony surely not only to its grandeur of conception and execution, marvelous as that is, but also to the fact that we still share the impulse which lies behind it. And in that sense, we of the late 20th century, for all our modernity, are still Bronze Age people.
Since ancient times, the Egyptians have experienced so many changes, above all in the triumph of Islam, that they might appear now to be cut off forever from the age of the pharaohs. But perhaps there is a deeper sense in which a society's ideals are passed on, a habit of civilization. Do you really believe, wrote the novelist Tawfiq al-Hakim, that the thousands of years that make up Egypt's past could have vanished without trace? as if in a dream. The Nile, said the great Arab traveller Ibn Battuta, surpasses all the rivers of the world in sweetness of taste, in length of course and utility. The civilization of Egypt, like those of Iraq, India and China, drew its life from a river. But this was a country like no other. Running for 600 miles between dunes and cliffs, a narrow ribbon of blue water and green fields, on average only 6 miles wide. This geography shaped the civilization. Where the spirit of Iraq was pessimistic, here when the Nile flooded each year, as the ancients said, the fields laugh, men's faces light up, and God rejoices in his heart. From the life-renewing soil left by the inundation, the Egyptians drew a cheerful confidence in humanity, in the permanence and stability of things. Theirs was an optimistic civilization. Their civilization grew out of a long prehistory of culture in the Nile Valley. The coming together of many small, egalitarian farming communities. Communities sustained as today by a hard-working peasantry, tilling the soil, creating an elaborate filigree of ditches and dikes to capture the annual flood. The Aswan High Dam, built in 1970, may have changed this age-old rhythm, but today's Egypt still depends on the tillers, the fellahin, and what the ancients called the Black Earth. Not long before 3000 BC, these local cultures were unified into a single state, the first in history. And here at the very beginning, there are clues which will determine the shape of Egyptian civilization, right down to the Islamic period. Our search begins in an obscure little village in Upper Egypt called Qom el-Ahmar, the Red Mound. This was the center of a prehistoric tribal kingdom, shrine of a local divinity called Horus, the hawk. Hence its Greek name, Hierakonpolis, Hawk Town.
This is the old kingdom town.
In 1897, 2 British archaeologists, Quibell and Green, came here looking for the origins of Egypt.
About 20 years ago, the Americans came back to the same place.
In a field beyond the village, they made a stunning discovery, a heap of ceremonial pallets and mace heads from the ritual stores of Egypt's first kings. Kings called cobra, catfish, scorpion, hawk.
So the old kingdom temple is this whole area here, the Temple of Horus.
Yeah.
Is that right? Didn't Egypt begin here? The first kings, I think.
Very old area.
Did any of their fathers work on those excavations?
Yes.
Among the finds was perhaps the most significant object ever dug up in Egypt. A slab of black slate 2 feet long, cut with scenes commemorating the deeds of a king called Narmer, whom legend said was the unifier of Egypt. Here is the very moment of Narmer's triumph. Wearing the crown of Upper Egypt, he dashes out the brains of the captive king of the Delta. Headless enemies lie in rows before the standards of Horus the Hawk. And already a superhuman aura surrounds the king himself, an aura of divinity.
90 years on, it's very difficult to see any trace of those momentous discoveries here in the area where the pallets and the mace heads were found. But a year later, Green made an equally intriguing find in the same area. He came across the remains of a large circular mound of clean white sand, about 50 yards across and 8 feet high, enclosed by a sloping sandstone revetment. There was evidence of a walkway leading to some central feature. Green thought the dating was prehistoric, before the first kings of dynastic Egypt, and he interpreted the mound as being a symbolic representation of the mound of creation itself, the first island which had risen out of the seas of chaos at the beginning of time, and on which the first life had landed, the hawk.
The divine kingship of Horus would last as long as ancient Egypt itself. Here in the great temple at Edfu, that same creation myth would be expounded in loving detail for colonial Greek overlords, nearly 3 millennia after Nama's day. It was at the heart of the Egyptian conception of civilization. Every Egyptian temple, then, was a symbolic representation of that original mound of creation with that simple reed shrine surrounding the perch on which the hawk had landed, which was created at Hierakonpolis. And no matter how big the temples became in later ages, the Holy of Holies was still that simple reed shrine, depicted here at Edfu 3,000 years later. You can make out the line of reeds surrounding the chamber in which the image of the hawk was kept. The temple was not only, though, a depiction of the first place, but of the first time, the time when the pattern of a stable society was handed down to humankind, of kingship, law, religion, and ritual, a pattern which it was believed would suffice for eternity as long as the rituals were correctly performed. The universe then and civil society were conceived of as static. Progress, change, new questions, new answers were not required because they were not needed. And indeed, they wouldn't be needed until Alexander the Great conquered Egypt 3 millennia later. For the Egyptians, then, divine kingship was the guarantee of a stable cosmos. The same idea can be traced across the world, from Shang, China to Aztec, Mexico. And here at Abydos, those first kings of Egypt were buried with immense brick mortuary temples, like earthly palaces. And so the key themes of Egyptian history were laid down. Centralized power, royal rituals, and the cult of the dead intertwined to form the ideology of the world's first state. Themes still potent, even in our own day. Moving northwards along the Nile, the narrow valley meets the green expanse of the delta. At this strategic point, close by today's capital, Cairo, the Horus kings built their royal city, Memphis. On the sandstone escarpment above the floodplain is the great funeral complex of the 3rd Dynasty kings. Here at Saqqara, the mud brick architecture of Abydos was turned into stone. An immense 200-foot-high tomb of King Jose, the first of the pyramids. In a handful of generations around 2500 BC, a series of gifted kings, Huni, Senefru, Khufu, Khafre, building bigger and bigger as each seems to try to outdo his predecessor, created the greatest series of funeral monuments the world has ever seen. The most famous, the Giza pyramids, are now all but engulfed by the suburbs of Cairo, stripped of their polished limestone casing and plundered for building stone, but still awesome. There are many myths surrounding the building of the pyramids. The Hollywood epic version had slave gangs whipped along by tyrannical masters. But Egypt was not a slave society. The mass of the workforce was not enslaved. In a long reign, it was perfectly possible for a government to mobilize huge-scale state employment to build such monuments, using the workforce in the wet season, when the Nile flood left idle hands.
Graffiti in the quarries, we can get some idea of the character of the gangs who built these pyramids. The tough gang, the boys who stay forever, Khufu's boys. But exactly how it was done, there's very little evidence for. They must have worked from an enormous ramp running from the river, with feeder supports of wood and earth, perhaps, to bring the stones round. The Greek traveller Herodotus, who came here in the 450s BC, said that he was told by tour guides that it took 20 years with gangs of 100,000 men to do it.
The ancient Greeks, with typical cockiness, called them pyramids after the triangular cakes they knew back home. We can see them now in the light of the artificial mountains built by other cultures, Babylonians, Maya, and Aztec. For all civilizations have sought validation for their power over the masses by creating great public symbols. But more than that, the dead king is now a manifestation of the sun god himself.
When the construction job was finished, the pyramids were covered with a case of fine Tura limestone. And although most of that has disappeared over the centuries, you can see over there on Khephrun's pyramid, the top coating is still there. That's what they looked like. But what were they for? They were tombs, but what did the shape mean? Well, the pyramid clearly was what it seems to be, a staircase on which the king's spirit could ascend to heaven and then go back to his tomb. And what we're looking at over here is an image of the rays of the sun god coming down to earth. A typical piece of the Egyptian imagination in which an immaterial concept is represented in such a material form. And on winter's days here in Giza, you can actually sit here and watch the sun breaking through the clouds and falling down at the same angle as the pyramids. A stairway to heaven then, the rays of the sun on which the king, nimble and wise, could ascend to the indestructible stars.
The Egyptians created the world's first unified state. In modern terms, it was a provider state, providing a basic standard of living to all its people through control of irrigation, in return for enormous surpluses to be spent on tombs, temples, and palaces. Through these great buildings, it expressed its ideologies of power, its belief in the indivisibility of divine and earthly rule, in the need for a stable cosmos. Such ideas may have been essential needs of civilization at the start. And yet even today, almost all of us still live in nation-states with some or all of those same characteristics. Our thinking is still shaped by their religious and social myths, and especially by the myth of the great ruler, king or god. For it was in his name in the Bronze Age that the many surrendered power to the few to live in the condition in which most of the people of the planet still live today.
Worship of the great ruler was perhaps a necessary stage in the development of civilization. But even now, in the TV age, kings and presidents and popes use the vast array of visual aids invented here and which we see all around us to boost their authority. And do we not still engage in ruler worship ourselves whenever we cheer a presidential motorcade as it sweeps by, or celebrate the Jubilee of the Queen of England as she passes escorted by beefeaters in 16th century costume, or watch musketeers give an antiquated salute on the White House lawn? Perhaps then we are only just emerging from the spell of the Bronze Age revolution which created civilization and shaped our ways of thinking. In the long term in history, we are perhaps still too close to them to see ourselves as we really are.
In ancient Egypt, the ties binding people to the state were not only economic, but religious. And the great event in its religious life was the pilgrimage to Abydos. Each year, thousands of people set out for the little town in Middle Egypt to celebrate the resurrection of Osiris, king of the dead. The pilgrimage provided a focus for the feelings of ordinary Egyptians. And rather like Hindus today at Benares or Shia Muslims at Kerbala, many asked to be brought to Abydos for burial. And at Abydos, we find another of Egypt's great legacies to the world. It's still a haunting place, cradled in an immense curve of the western cliffs, the realm of the dead. A holy place since prehistory. In the ruins of the sacred city, the Temple of Seti I, built in 1300 BC, still survives. It's one of the peaks of ancient art. Moving from daylight into its darkened inner sanctum, the visitor has an uncanny intimation of a still active residue of spiritual power. Long before the Christians and Muslims, even ordinary Egyptians came to believe in an eternal soul, in a last judgment, and in resurrection after death. These great conceptions were acted out in a public passion play at Abydos, and are depicted on the temple walls here as a rite of passage for King Seti himself. Here too are many motifs familiar to Christians, especially the role of the Divine Mother, Isis.
Here Isis is caressing Seti on her knee, and she says to him, "You're my son, come out of me. I have nourished you that you may be lord of the two lands. I have made your body strong in victory against all the enemies who may come against you. Your Majesty is king of eternity, a falcon abiding forever." And here's Isis giving the breath of life to Seti, and above her, her words are, "You have made your mansion, your temple, to magnify our nature, and adorned it with all kinds of excellent stonework. And your reward for this will be the lifespan of the sky, or as long as Abydos shall exist." At first sight, these gestures and actions may seem rather archaic and bizarre, but if you just step back a little and think, for example, what a Muslim or a Buddhist or even a Protestant would make of seeing for the first time a solemn Roman Catholic Mass, then a lot of those tender gestures, which are so familiar to Christians, would lose their meaning. In all religions in the world, simple and often strange gestures can carry profound truths. And it was just the same in Egyptian religion, which certainly did not lack ethical content. But the key to understanding the function of this great building lies in these little chapels just at the end of this room. In this inner shrine is the climax to the whole ritual. It's concerned with the installation of King Seti, not only as Osiris's heir as a living king, but with his union with Osiris after death. And here, Isis and Horus perform rituals for him, and Seti is now dead and deified. Here he's represented as a mummy in a white wrap. And over there on the far wall, blackened by smoke and age, Seti, restored to the colours of living flesh and blood, comes into the presence of Osiris, where he will become one, resurrected himself, with the resurrected King of the Dead.
So the simple and strange gestures reveal a simple yet profound message, a belief in righteousness on earth, in the Last Judgment, in eternal life, though not in damnation, which had no place in the Egyptians' optimistic view of things. But these ideas would play a key role in the later development of Christianity and of Islam. Out in the desert at Abydos, millions of broken pots still lie where the ancient pilgrims left them as offerings to their god. For them, the wind roaring down the great gorge in the western cliffs was the sound of the spirits of the dead, whose annual pilgrimage to Osiris, they believed, would continue as long as Abydos exists. In 332 BC, Egypt was conquered by Alexander the Great. And then Egyptian civilization turned away from its immemorial roots towards the sea and a wider world. On the Mediterranean coast, a new capital was founded which became the meeting place of Europe and Asia on the shore of Africa, Alexandria. The greatest market in the inhabited world, wrote the Roman Strabo. Beacon to traders from all nations who came by land and sea, bearing spices from South India and the treasures of the Silk Route to China. It's paradise here, said the poet Herodas. You can get anything you want. Money, shows, games, women, wine, boys, the best library in the world. In short, all earthly delights. Like 20s New York, Hellenistic Alexandria was a land of opportunities whose streets were paved with gold. It drew immigrants of all kinds. bankers, clerks, engineers, poets, even religious dropouts. These extraordinary mummy portraits allow us literally to look into the eyes of such people. Even we feel to sense their hopes and fears. Vain and violent, rich and prosperous, it was said, they've only one god here, Mammon. Our good life in Alexandria was brief, wrote the poet Cavafi. But how potent were the perfumes, how splendid the bed on which we lay, and to what sensual delight we gave our bodies. Down here in the catacombs of Alexandria, you can still enter that weird and wonderful world where Egyptian and Greek and Jewish and Oriental religion and magic met and intermingled. The Greeks who came here to Egypt were very open-minded about the local gods. The deep experience of Mediterranean paganism made it easy for them to identify Amun with Zeus, or to say the Egyptians worshipped Aphrodite, the goddess of love, but they called her Hathor. And how that worked in practice, you can see in this astonishing tomb deep below the streets of Alexandria. At first sight, it looks like a typically Egyptian tomb with papyrus columns and the winged disk of the sun behind and the row of cobras' heads. But when you look closer, you notice human figures in ancient Egyptian poses, but with Greco-Roman faces. On each side of the door, guardian serpents, but carrying the snake-entwined staff of Hermes, the Greek guide of souls, and above them, Medusa's heads. And when you go inside the tomb itself, you can see that the sarcophagi are decorated with traditional Greek motifs, bunches of grapes, wreaths, cattle skulls and masks. But above them are the ancient gods of Egypt. There's Isis protecting the sacred bull with her wings, and over here Thoth, the god of wisdom, the falcon-headed Horus tending to the mummy of the dead, and here even the jackal-headed Anubis, the guardian of the dead, wearing Greco-Roman military gear. This then is the strange synthesis that emerged in Greek Egypt. It was said that Alexander had hoped to create a new world order based on his multiracial ideal of brotherhood among nations. But with hindsight, ironically, we can see that his Hellenistic empire actually laid the cultural foundations of Islam. When he died in Babylon, aged 32, Alexander's body was brought back for burial in a lavish tomb in Alexandria. It's never been found, but the clues point to this tiny mosque in the heart of the old city. An Arab traveller who came here in the 9th century AD described this place as the Mosque of the Two-Horned Prophet, strange echo of the ram's horn helmet with which the Egyptian priests of Amun had crowned Alexander the Great. And through the Middle Ages, it was revered not only as the tomb of the prophet Daniel, which is still down there, but also as the tomb of the king and prophet Iskander, Alexander the Great himself. Tunnels and cellars that fan out from underneath this mosque have never been explored properly. But that's not really surprising. The city's absolutely honeycombed with them, and they're really dangerous. There's a great Alexandrian story of the fat bride who, on her wedding procession, fell through a hole in the street and disappeared, and despite the best efforts of the guests, she was never seen again.
In 1850, a servant at the Russian consulate came down here and got lost in the corridors. When he came out, he said that he'd seen in a gap in the stonework a chamber with a glass coffin and a human body with a gold diadem round its head and fragments of papyrus everywhere. That description closely matches the last classical witnesses of the tomb of Alexander the Great, but suspiciously so. He was probably lying. Nevertheless, it's an intriguing thought that the solution to the greatest mystery in the history of Alexandria could lie somewhere behind one of these blocked-up corridors.
It's 3 a.m. in the remote monastery of St. Paul, near the Red Sea. The monks begin their devotions before dawn. These are Christian Copts. Their name means Egyptians, and their language and music contain survivals from pharaonic times. Their culture goes back to the early centuries AD, when Egypt became part of a Christian Roman Empire. And even today, they represent nearly 10% of Egypt's population. This church was founded in the 3rd century AD by St. Paul the Anchorite. And with the Christians, we come to the second great foreign transformation of the native culture of the Nile Valley. In late Roman Egypt, an upheaval began as momentous as any political revolution, a change in the psyche of Near Eastern culture which has helped shape the Western mind ever since. A vision of life which believed in withdrawal from the world, monasticism. At this time, the blue water and emerald fields of the Nile Valley were exchanged for the inhospitable desert. There are strange parallels with our own time, in the widespread feeling that civilization itself had failed. Better cities may arise one day, said the Egyptian philosopher Plotinus. Our children, though conceived in a sinful age, may build better than their fathers. And so the old fabric of pagan culture, the stable cosmos which had sustained Egyptians for so long, was eroded by Christianity, with its appeal not to a great earthly ruler, but to a distant high god. This was a time, said one, when we realized how insecure the human condition is. These fateful changes were mirrored in the way people saw the world. For nearly 1,000 years, classical Mediterranean art had glorified the physical world in the belief that mankind, as the Greeks said, was the measure of all things. Now artists retreat into a crude language of symbols. To us, in the age of Freud and Jung, it looks like a failure of nerve, a loss of faith in the material world, perhaps even deeper psychic trauma. Everything has gone, said Cyprian. Honesty, friendship, skill in the arts, standards in morals. This vast and wonderful world is heading for destruction. And so, with St. Paul of Egypt, the stage was set for fundamentalists of all persuasions to fight over the legacy of the ancients.
Chief of the Anchorites, born in the city of Alexandria, AD 228, died AD 343.
A revolution of the mind was now in process. And out of this crisis, a new religion would emerge as the dominant culture of the whole region. In 641, Egypt was conquered by Muslim Arabs bearing a new gospel, that of the Prophet Muhammad. And here in Edfu, the town of Horus, ordinary Egyptian people in their mud brick slums around the temple soon began to abandon the uncertainties of the past for the certainties of a single God, Islam.
And so, here in Edfu, in Upper Egypt, as throughout the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds, the Christians and the Muslims were the inheritors of the ancients. And their belief in a single God, which the muezzins are chanting now from their minarets, developed out of a tendency long apparent in the ancient world. For the Catholic papacy, the Muslim caliphate, the Orthodox churches of the Greeks and Syrians and Copts all stem from the attempt of men to rule their fellow men and women under a distant, high, and all-powerful God. And the effects of that tremendous revolution at the end of the late antique world still shape our lives today. The last Greek religious papyrus from 7th century Egypt sets the seal on that revolution. For it gives in Greek the very words we can hear around us now. In the name of God, the merciful and the compassionate, there is one God and one God alone. And it goes on in Greek, Mahmed apostolos Diou, Muhammad is the apostle of God. With that, to all intents and purposes, the world of the ancient Egyptians had passed.
The change to Islam would take many centuries. And out in the countryside, especially in Upper Egypt, the deeper layers of the past are still visible today. It's the eve of the full moon in mid-March, heralding the onset of the heat of summer. And at this time, tens of thousands of people come in from the countryside to descend on the little town of Luxor for a great annual festival. Up here, people still celebrate the ancient feast days, the spring festival, the rising of the Nile, and especially the 40 days of mourning for the dead. But this is the biggest. It's a Muslim festival for an Islamic saint, but it takes place at a mosque inside one of the great pagan temples of ancient Egypt. The Coptic Christians take part too, for they also once had a church inside the temple. The saint himself, Abul Haggag, died in the 11th century, at the point when Islam was becoming the majority religion here. His tomb inside the mosque has been a place of pilgrimage ever since. As everywhere, orthodoxy may demand one thing, but what the people do is another matter. And in the worship of sheikhs and saints, the ordinary people, the fellahin, fill the void between their daily hopes and fears and that distant high God. The night is passed in passionate celebration with the traditional music and songs of Upper Egypt. The two lands may have been united 5,000 years ago, but the south is still a distinct country, and tonight a man from the Delta would be a complete stranger here. Next day, the festival reaches its climax. The living descendants of the saint lead a huge procession around the ancient temple and its mosque, bearing representations of the coffins of Haggag and his sons. Bringing up the procession are Luxor's guild of ferrymen bearing boats. They're on trucks these days, but nonetheless the ferrymen are discharging their traditional duty, just as their ancestors did thousands of years ago, when around the streets of ancient Luxor, they bore the boat of the sun god Amun. The day ends not in solemnity, but in carnival and license. The ancient legacy also survived in the city. Cairo, the mother of cities, as Ibn Battuta said. Its numberless buildings peerless in their beauty and splendor. The meeting place of travelers, shelter of the strong and weak, whose throngs of people surge like the sea. Founded in sight of the ancient capital Memphis and the pyramids of Giza and Saqqara, Cairo has long been the cultural capital of Arab Islam. And here too, even today, in its mosques and universities, we can still find a living link with the world of the pharaohs. A civilization conservative in character, like its ancient predecessor. Here in the Al-Azhar, the leading teaching mosque of Islam, older than Oxford or the Sorbonne, learning is still the study of the sacred texts, binding the land together as it did in ancient Egypt. In city and countryside, then, the modern Egyptians still do some of the things their ancestors did, for all the apparently cataclysmic breaks in their history. Now here in Cairo in the late 14th century, those questions were examined by the greatest of all Islamic historians, Ibn Khaldun. His concerns were the same as ours in these films, the nature of civilization, its rise and decline. He considered that settled, cooperative human life was the goal of civilization, that it went in cycles of growth and decay like all forms of life. He thought, incidentally, that overconsumption in society was an inevitable cause of decline, but that under certain favourable conditions of geography and climate and the character and customs of the people, culture could acquire a rootedness that he called the habit of civilization. And in all history, Egypt was perhaps the best example of that habit. The pharaohs, he points out, had political power for 3,000 years. They were followed by the Greeks and the Romans, and then the legacy taken on by Islam. So the habit of civilization was continuous here. Nowhere else in the world was it more firmly rooted. And that perhaps explains Egypt's continuing cultural leadership in the Islamic world today. At the beginning lay the early Egyptian state, the first comprehensive attempt in human history to satisfy the needs of men and women to live together in an ordered state with a degree of happiness and material well-being. And so far, it's been one of the most successful. And so, even after the triumph of Islam, the legacy of the pharaohs did not give up all its numinous power. And it has not yet.
"150 years ago, in the jungles of Central America, European explorers came upon the ruins of a vanished civilization. In the solemn stillness of the forest, wrote one, the monuments were like sacred things, like divinities mourning over a fallen people. The builders of these pyramids, the Maya, had achieved astonishing feats of astronomy, science, and mathematics. They had invented writing independently of the old world. Such sites, said their discoverer, were like a newly found history, proving that the ancient peoples of the Americas had not been savages, but had equaled the finest monuments of the ancient Egyptians. So much about them seemed totally original, and yet they were also intriguing clues from a deeper common past of all humanity.
Central America was unique in that up till the time of the Spanish conquest, it had no contact at all with the other civilizations of the old world. And yet, if we compare the Maya with the ancient Chinese, the similarities of belief and practice and symbol suggest that the peoples of the Americas never quite lost that deep connection with their prehistoric origins in Asia. The Maya shared with the Chinese the fundamental belief that civilization and humankind are not set apart from nature, but part of a natural order whose workings it is the human duty and the human interest to understand. And like the Chinese, the Maya did this through divination, shamanism, and through intellectual and moral control.
At the core of the Mayan view of civilization was an all-consuming obsession with time. Time measured in vast recurring cycles of hundreds of millions of years. Longer indeed than the universe is known to have existed. The Greeks explored the cosmos through geometry, the Hindus through metaphysics, the Maya through the mathematics of eternity. Mexico City, the largest city on Earth. Since the landing of Columbus in 1492,
Two conceptions of civilization have fought for the soul of the peoples of the Americas. The one foreign and recent, that of the West. The other ancient and native. In the last 500 years, despite genocide and forcible conversion, the spiritual conquest of the Native Americans has never taken place. For all this time, they have tenaciously held on to their old languages, their old beliefs, their old views of the cosmos and of time, keeping faith, as they would put it, with their ancient future. It's dawn in Chichicastenango, Guatemala. Chichi is one of the market towns in the highlands of the Quiche Maya. In Guatemala, the majority of the people are still Indian and still speak the language of the ancient pre-Columbian civilization here, the Maya. In front of the Church of St. Thomas, travelers burn copal incense, asking forgiveness from the Mayan spirit guardians at the door. All around the market, you can pick out the home regions of the traders by their woven jackets. The bat is a symbol from the ancient Mayan underworld, worn by the last dynasty of the Caciquel Maya. Today it's the emblem of the township of Solola. The designs on the women's clothes are the most elaborate, carrying coded information about family and lineage. In such ways that people have preserved part of the pattern of the old Mayan universe. Here in Chichi, the traditional civic rituals are kept up by the religious guilds, the cofradías. They hark back to pre-Columbian times, organizing the festival days here, both Christian and Maya. In fact, it was through the cofradías here in 1702 that Europeans were allowed to see and copy the only known manuscript of the Mayan Genesis, the Popol Vuh. Down the middle of their church are Mayan altars for the ancestors, the shamans, and the midwives. The prayers of the cofradías might stand as a text for all the native peoples of the Americas. These rituals of worship, they say, were handed down from our first ancestors and never lost, despite the Spanish conquest. Don't expect us to give up these customs, Father Christ. For us, only names and fortunes change. In the hills above Momostenango is the house of a Mayan shaman, Andres Shiloh. Andres is a living link with the pre-Spanish world.
a priest for nearly 50 years. He's a Chuchkahao, a lineage head, literally a mother-father. He's also a day keeper, a guardian of the Mayan calendar. Andres uses sacred divination as a tool to probe the ills of his patients, to feel their past and future. He lays out the coral tree seeds and crystals. According to the days of the Mayan calendar, a 260-day cycle based, so the Quiche believe, on the gestation period of the human baby within the womb.
Now, Don Andres understands this by the way in which the beans are, the arrangement in which they lie. Or?
Entonces usted entiende eso porque por la colocación del
Exacto.
That's exactly how he understands it. Estos son los nombres de los días.
Over the last few years, I've travelled to many parts of the world, and everywhere, pretty much, you see destruction of the environment and war and so on. People are making an enemy of the earth. How does Don Andres view that from the Mayan tradition?
Está diciendo el señor que ha viajado mucho en todo el mundo.
Que se llama el enemigo del mundo es que se llama nuestro cuerpo.
If we make an enemy of the earth, we make an enemy of our own body. For the Maya, the earth was a sacred being. For them, nature was benign and beautiful, yet frightening in its power. For theirs, after all, was a land of wild extremes of heat and cold, ringed with volcanoes and plagued by frequent earthquakes. The Mayan book of creation, the Popol Vuh, tells a story of how humans first came into this violent paradise. The earth will need nurturing. It will need bearers of respect for its divinity. And so it was human beings who were given memory to count the days and bear time's burden. Human beings who were responsible for maintaining the rituals, bonding nature, humanity, and the heavens. And if they ever ceased, the whole universe would cease to have meaning. In that myth in the Popol Vuh, perhaps there's a distant race memory of the migration of the ancestors of the peoples of the Americas, thousands of years ago from Asia. Even today, in the Guatemalan countryside, you can see rituals and beliefs shared with the people of China and East Asia. The use of jade in death rites, the symbolism of tortoise and bat, divination, and here the burning of prayers, ideas which go back even before language itself, back to some deep common root of humanity. Today's people of Central America partake of two very different conceptions of nature and civilization, the indigenous and the Western. But whatever their ancestry, they all still draw on that great past which developed untouched by the outside world till 1492.
Aproveche esta oportunidad que el Ministerio de Salud Pública está brindando nuevamente por medio de la...
The native past is still literally ever present. The great carved heads of gods or rulers stare impassively at the modern world. Created by a culture which arose here around 1000 BC, the Olmecs. In the art of the Olmecs, from nearly 3,000 years ago, we can already feel the grave sensibility of the Central American universe. Stoical, but possessed of an inner strength which would enable its people to bear any burden, even one as heavy as the last 500 years. The first great flowering of Central American civilization took place in the first millennium AD in the Valley of Mexico. This is Teotihuacan, the place where men became gods. Here the early Mexicans built a vast city, center of a trading empire which extended all over Central America. And here, independently of the Old World, they built huge pyramids rivaling those of Egypt and Babylonia. Testimony that though separated so widely by time and space, the human mind still creates the same symbols, the same dreams of bridging the gulf between earth and heaven.
See? It was the first time in 1971 that anybody had been in here.
And now an extraordinary discovery, made under the heart of the Pyramid of the Sun, has confirmed that an elaborate cosmic symbolism underlies the layout of the city. A narrow passage through the lava leads to a 7-pronged chamber, dead under the center of the pyramid.
So, Professor, where exactly are we now in relation to the pyramid?
This was the original pilgrimage place, which had dictated the siting of the pyramid above. It was the place of emergence of the first ancestors, alluded to in the later creation myth of the Maya, the Popol Vuh.
En el caso del Teotihuacano, como la mayor parte de las sociedades que conocemos para Mesoamérica, explican su cosmovisión y hablan de un lugar en donde vive el hombre, es la tierra. Sobre la tierra hay una bóveda celeste.
Humankind has always searched for an explanation of the phenomena of nature and the cosmos, says the excavator, Professor Roberto Gallegos. And here they turned the earthly city into a mirror image of the heavenly order.
So Teotihuacan was the first true urban civilization in Central America. And if we compare its origins with those of the first cities in ancient Iraq or India, or even better in Shang Dynasty China, then a common picture begins to emerge, at the heart of which is the idea of the city as an earthly pattern of the cosmic order. You can see it here with these great ceremonial axes intersecting in the four directions, aligned to the surrounding mountains and to the constellations, with the subterranean world represented by that primordial cave deep beneath our feet, under the very center of the pyramid, whose innermost recesses were illuminated by the sun every summer solstice. It's a ritual theater where humankind maintains the order of the universe. And here in Central America, cities retained that function, even though they might become centers of commerce and trade and so on. Ideology then became one of the driving forces in the development of civilization. Religious, social, political, call it what you will, they're intermingled at that time. And ideology is also the key to understanding that fateful change which came over humanity with the beginning of civilization, by which the few came to dominate the many, as is still the case across much of the world today.
The impetus of civilization now spread across Central America, from the Valley of Mexico to the rainforests of Guatemala and the Maya. At the time of Europe's Dark Age, splendid city-states arose here. The most intriguing is Copan in Honduras. Copan was ruled by a talented dynasty from the 5th to the 9th century AD. Its public plazas, pyramids and ball courts, features shared by all Mayan cities, were here adorned with wonderful sculpture. Here, the Mayan artists demonstrated a prolific imagination and a creative freedom which at times approaches a Western naturalism. The recent decipherment of Mayan writing enables us to do now what would have been impossible only a few years ago. Enter into the lives and even the feelings of the rulers commemorated here. Especially extraordinary is a series of portraits of a king we know by his hieroglyph sign as 18 Rabbit. Here's the fierce countenance of a man in his prime, his mid-40s, dated 11th of October, 721. Is it just our imagination, or is this not a softer expression, mellowed with age and experience? Late in July 736, this crude portrait, strangely sardonic, perturbed even. 2 years after this image was dedicated, 18 Rabbit was captured by a rival king and beheaded on the 3rd of May 738. He would have been in his early 60s. Writing was invented here independently as it had been in the Old World. Yet another clue to the common patterns in human development. And the greatest monument to Mayan literacy is the hieroglyphic stairway of Copan. It was literally a hill of signs, a huge stepped ramp 50 feet wide, 108 feet high, with well over 1,200 glyphs telling the mythic and dynastic chronology of Copan down to 755 AD, when it was dedicated by King Smoke Shell. It's the longest single written inscription in pre-Columbian America, a monument to writing and to time. The last known king of Copan, Yashpak, died in the winter of 820. The carving of the last date here was left unfinished on the 10th of February, 822. With that, the dynasty vanished and the city returned to jungle. A few peasants continued to farm here, but the land never again supported a city. Around the same time, Tikal too was deserted. Soon all the classic Mayan cities had gone. The Mayan collapse is still a great mystery. The land may have become exhausted, the environment destroyed. Perhaps the civilization simply lost its nerve. But the legacy carried on in the hearts and minds of the common people. And when the Europeans first stumbled on these ruins in 1848, the Indians living in the forest could still give their ancient name. Tikal. The place where the count of days was kept. Where the ancestors had borne the burden of time. With the collapse of the classic Maya, the focus of Central American civilization shifts back to its old heartland, the Valley of Mexico. Here, ringed by mountains, was a wide plain and a great lake with islands and fertile shores. Today it's all covered by Mexico City. Here in the 14th century, a warlike tribe settled who called themselves Mexica. The city they founded here, Tenochtitlan, was the precursor of the largest city on earth. Beneath today's streets, in the crypt of the cathedral itself, we can still tap the power of the culture which rose here in the 15th century. In one of the most dramatic episodes in human history, the Aztecs. The art of the Aztecs still holds a fearful fascination. An art of tremendous spirituality, but a spirituality of a kind unlike anything we recognize from our own civilization. This statue of the earth goddess Coatlicue, found here in 1790, was hastily reburied, fearing it might be seen by the youth of Mexico. fearing they might be exposed to its still, dark and potent magic. The present center of Mexico City, around the cathedral, was also the ritual center of the Aztec city. Excavation here since the 70s has uncovered the foundations of the Great Pyramid of the Aztec war god. This is where the Spanish under Cortés, when they sacked the city in 1521, saw horrific scenes of human sacrifice. The Aztecs believed that the gods needed blood and the hearts of human victims to nourish them in the struggle with the forces of darkness. Without them, the sun would cease to rise. And by the time of the Spanish conquest, thousands could die on this spot in a single ceremony. All round the site, the archaeologists found grim evidence of their devotions. These are stone representations of the skull racks on which the victims' heads were mounted.
This is one of those places on Earth whose terrible associations still seem to linger. How was it then that a civilization of such brilliance in the arts, in sculpture, in textiles and poetry could have been so committed to mass bloodletting and human sacrifice, so that in a 4-day festival 10,000 people could be dragged up the steps of the great temple here to have their hearts ripped out till the place was swimming in blood and reeking to the heavens? When the Spanish saw scenes like this, they thought that it must be literally the work of the devil. It was so wholly other. And yet the Aztecs were only unique in the scale of their killing, for every human civilization has used sacrifice, especially in relation to religion. The theologian and the executioner have been intimates throughout history. The problem of the Aztecs then is a problem for all of us. To speculate, it would seem that the idea of the shedding of blood being necessary for the continuing of life became deeply rooted in our psyche during the thousands of generations we spent as hunter-gatherers in prehistory. So deeply rooted that bloodshed as a symbol is still the most powerful symbol of sacrifice today and can still erupt with atavistic power and violence. The scenes of frenzied killing which Cortés and his followers saw here, with their captured friends being dragged up the steps to their death, were, in a sense, proof of the Aztecs' piety, as Las Casas rightly saw. For uniquely among the great civilizations of the world, they raised solidarity with the universe above everything, including human life. In that, they couldn't be more different from the humanistic values of the great old world civilizations. To us, it may appear irrational, murderous in its brutality, and yet it is a mirror held up to our humanity, which we ignore at our cost.
By a 52-to-1 chance, Cortés had arrived in the Aztec year 1 reed, when their ancient prophecies said the god Quetzalcoatl would return from exile in the east. For the Aztecs, the coincidence drained away their will to resist. They immediately understood that these mysterious outside powers would be fatal to their own universe. On the terrible final night when Tenochtitlan fell, an omen appeared to the Aztecs, which for them symbolized the breakup of their mythic and cosmological order. That night, it began to rain, but more like a heavy dew than a rain. Then suddenly the omen appeared, burning like fire in the sky. It wheeled in spirals like a whirlwind, giving off light in showers of sparks like red-hot embers. It made noises, rumbling and hissing like metal on a fire. It circled the walls near the lake shore. It hovered over the temple, and then it moved out into the middle of the lake, where it vanished. No one cried out when the omen came into view. The people knew what it meant, and they watched in silence. After the conquest of Guatemala, the Spanish built their new capital, Antigua, in the shadow of the ancient sacred volcanoes. It was intended as a showcase of the ideals of European civilization. But the reality behind this humanistic facade was the greatest genocide in history. It's estimated as many as 90% of the native population of the Americas died of disease or violence in the first century of the conquest. As many as 50 million people. Among the Europeans who were horrified by what they saw was José de Acosta. The Spaniards must bear absolute responsibility for what is happening here, he wrote. We have betrayed in our deeds what we professed in our words. We have exploited and plundered these poor people, with no attempt to protect their human rights. We have not given them Christianity in sincerity, but under compulsion, fraud, and violence. The papacy itself urged on the enslavement of the natives in the name of Christ. But it was among the Catholic clergy that the European conscience grew. The greatest of these early liberation theologians was Bartolomeo de las Casas, bishop here in Coban. A passionate defender of Indian rights, Las Casas' memory is still revered here. This is one of the few churches in Guatemala where even today the services are sung not in Spanish, but in Maya. Las Casas would take his case right up to the King and Queen of Spain themselves.
urging on them justice for the Indians. And gradually he came to realize that his arguments against the enslavement of the Indians applied with equal force to the black slaves from Africa and all the oppressed peoples of the world.
There's an extraordinary sequel to this story of Las Casas, an incident which lights up the history of the 16th century like a flash of lightning and continues to illuminate us even today. In 1550, in Valladolid in Spain, there took place a public debate between Las Casas and the top Aristotelian philosopher, Sepulveda. The questions at stake go right to the heart of the world's problems even today. In essence, what right does the first world have to dominate, enslave, or exploit the third world? Are not these people, asked Las Casas, rational, feeling human beings with a soul just like the rest of us, entitled to equality of treatment? And Las Casas goes on to bring fascinating arguments from his study of Greek and Roman civilization to show that the city-states of Central America conformed in most respects to the Greek view of what an ideal state should be. Rational political entities entitled to respect, patience, persuasion, and again, kindness. No doubt Las Casas won the moral debate. But as the whole of subsequent history shows, the rulers of the West, the people with power and money, continue to view the indigenous peoples of the world, from the Indians of Central America to the blacks of Africa, as what the Greeks, to their discredit, had termed natural slaves. The West's progress to civilization has been long and painful.
It would be 150 years after the conquest that the last Mayan stronghold fell. In the remote jungles of northern Guatemala stood the island fortress of Flores, in Maya, Tayasal. The prophetic books of the Yucatan Maya foretold that catastrophe would revisit them every cycle of 13 Katuns, 256 or 7 years. The next cycle was due to begin in 1697. Armed with that knowledge, the Spanish attacked on the 13th of March. In the middle of Lake Petén, they overcame the Mayan boats, obsidian-tipped arrows useless against Spanish armor and musket fire. Amid abandoned war canoes, they landed where only the previous year King Can Ek had greeted a Spanish embassy with flowers and music from drums and flutes. The last chapter in the long and dramatic history of the independent Maya was about to end. The defenders fled, and the Spaniards marched uphill to the top of the island, to the great temple of Tayasal.
It took the Spaniards a single day to destroy the 12 temples here on the island, to smash their thousands of idols, and to conclude in the evening by celebrating Mass here on the highest point amid the ruins of the great temple of Tayasal, where the church now stands. The last independent kingdom of the Maya had gone down. The locals here seem to have accepted this almost fatalistically, as an inescapable result of their view of the repeating cycles of time. For 3 times since the 10th century, the cycle of 256 or 7 years had brought them catastrophe. That, in Maya eyes, was the true burden of time.
Today, the old cant still continues. The greatest catastrophe of modern Guatemalan history, the US-backed coup which overthrew their democracy in 1954, happened exactly 257 years after the fall of Taizong. Today, the Maya, the majority of the population, still live dominated by European elite. The recent guerrilla war left 40,000 dead and 1 million displaced. It is hoped that in the 1990s, with a new democracy, their history will take a different course. The Mayan strategy for survival remains stubbornly collective. In great festivals like this at Zunil, they celebrate the saints as guardians of the community, not as Christian deities. For them, identity still resides in the collective values represented by ancestors and community. The European elites who have ruled Central America for so long had other views of past and future. One of Guatemala's modern dictators, Estrada Cabrera, expressed his faith in the values of European civilization by constructing concrete Parthenons all over the land, monuments to colonial progress, to the triumph of Greeks over barbarians. In the capital, Guatemala City, as all over Central America, the native culture has been swamped by the consumer values of the great neighbor to the north, Uncle Sam. In the city, the Indians are submerged, strangers in their own land. Widows of the Civil War, begging in the shadows. There's no going back in history. But who can contemplate such visions of future and past without a pang of loss? Here, where, as the creation myth, the Popol Vuh said, human beings had held the balance between the spirits of the ancestors,
and the spirits of earth and sky. In the Mayan calendar, today is the holiest of all days, Washakip Bats, 8 Monkey. And this morning, seemingly out of nowhere, thousands of ordinary Guatemalan Indians are converging in response to a call from a secret world of the spirit. For on this day of the year, the daykeepers will initiate new shamans who will carry on bearing the burden of time. In the 500 years since Columbus, these people have lived outwardly in Western time and Western history. And yet, all the while, they have patiently tended a secret universe. At times, it may have seemed that their obstinate, faithful care of the burden of time would be their downfall. But perhaps, after all, it has been their salvation. For it was the means by which they preserved identity itself, down to a new age of tolerance and pluralism, when Native Americans may again live in their own history, in their own time. It's a freezing February midnight in northern France. Former enemies, French and German, meet to commemorate the bloodiest battle in history, which began on this night 75 years ago. Verdun. The tragedy of the First World War is etched into the collective memory of European people. It was a watershed in their self-confidence, questioning their common faith in progress, patriotism, in civilization itself, and even in the existence of a benign God. Under the flags of past battles, the old familiar rituals of Christian sacrifice take place. Only a lifetime ago, 750,000 people died here for a couple of square miles of ground, when the heirs to the culture of Voltaire were bled white by the heirs of Goethe and Beethoven. A memory still terrible, but fading now as only the very old remain to remember the pointlessness of it all. Those of us born later can only imagine. We that are young, said Shakespeare, shall never see so much, nor live so long. And now in the 1990s, after centuries of conflict, the Europeans are finally moving to unite. The descendants of the barbarians, of the Franks, Goths, Angles and Saxons, the first people in history to spread their civilization across the whole planet.
The battlefield of Verdun is the most poignant reminder of how a supposedly rational and humane civilization can descend to terrifying violence and irrationality, all in the name of civilization. And that brings us to that most difficult of tasks, which is to see ourselves as others see us, to see our culture as we would a foreign country. And there, the inescapable lesson of history is that for all the great achievements of the West, for all its humanistic values and its egalitarian principles, its character is touched by a deep strain of violence. And that's the paradox which confronts us as we look to the future of civilization, at a time when all across the world, the values of the West are supposed to have triumphed.
We Greeks live around the sea like frogs around a pond, said Socrates. This is Samos, and here began the quest which would lead Western man to the exploration of space and the conquest of nature itself. Here for the first time, Western man speculated on the composition of the universe, observing the geometries of nature. Questioning the role of humanity in this order, the existence of God. On Samos and its neighboring coasts were born the scientists who laid the foundations of our modern view of the universe. The most famous was Pythagoras, author of the theorem we all learn at school, and in a mountain cave here, a tradition of him has still survived. It might sound like a simple folk tale, but the tradition was first recorded not long after Pythagoras' day, and it contains an important kernel of truth, that for all their brilliant qualities of mind, the Greeks had to borrow from Africa and Asia to create their civilization.
In the West, we look upon this moment as the birth of science and reason. But it would be more accurate to describe it as the birth of Western science and reason. Because right across the old world at this time, around 500 BC, it was an astonishingly creative epoch. The Axis Age, the time of Confucius and Lao Tzu in China, of the Buddha and the great grammarians and philosophers in India, of the Zoroastrians, the Jewish prophets, and the philosophers and poets here in Greece, all of them grappling in their own way with the ultimate question, the nature of reality itself.
Still the ultimate question, whatever your line of business, whether it's poetry, religion, or particle physics. But this was the first time that the West, Europe, had participated in these great currents of civilization emanating from Asia. And here in Samos, it's easy to see why, because that's Asia over there. It's that close. In fact, the Greek word Asia originally meant simply that coastline in front of us. So that's the beginning of the great land mass, the teeming heartland of civilization, stretching away across the Fertile Crescent to Iraq, Iran, India, and China. So not surprisingly, Pythagoras and his contemporaries had imbibed Asian ideas, Babylonian astronomy and mathematics, Indian ideas about the soul and about rebirth. They may have transformed them with their own genius, but the Greeks still shared the basic beliefs of those other civilizations, that the universe was an ordered, beautiful, and harmonious whole. In their language, a cosmos.
Man is by nature a political animal, said the Greeks. The new scientific view of the world was the catalyst for a new politics, democracy. And the first democracy was Athens. Buildings of classical Athens, like the Parthenon, are monuments to that new order. Like 18th century Britain or America, Greek democracy was limited. It excluded slaves and women. But it took the essential step of putting politics into the hands of the citizens. That was what the Greeks called politismos, civilization. For the Greeks, the essential quality of civilized life was humanism. The idea that man is the measure of all things, that the fulfillment of each individual's potential was the goal of civilization. This idea permeated all the legacies in art, philosophy, and literature which the Greeks bequeathed to our modern world. In the dramatic festivals, 30,000 citizens saw these great issues of fate and freedom acted out for all to see. The Greeks understood early on that civilization is fragile, that it is a hard thing to maintain an open society, that the irrational will always threaten to burst out in human life with terrifying force, no matter how noble a society's ideals. The Greeks, said Aristotle, are intelligent and free and have the capacity to rule all mankind. And in the 4th century BC, under Aristotle's pupil, Alexander the Great, they invaded the Near East. The valley of the Nile thronged with Greek colonists. In Upper Egypt, the monuments were covered with graffiti by awestruck Greek tourists. To think, fumed an Egyptian priest, we taught these upstarts all they know. And at Luxor, in the inner shrine of the ancient Egyptian temple, striding like a pharaoh of old, is the violent golden boy of Western history, Alexander himself. Overrunning Babylonia and Persia,
the Greeks now crossed the Khyber Pass and poured into India, building their colonies on the northwest frontier. Alexander's successors went further still. In the 2nd century BC, they sent devastating expeditions down the Ganges, sacking the ancient religious center at Benares. And at the little village of Kosambi is graphic evidence of the trail of destruction. Here a Buddhist monastery has been excavated, which was swept by a Greek firestorm, torched by Greek mercenaries sweltering out here so far from home.
Java, Supari, and blacks.
These were terrible times, said the Indians. The vicious but valiant Greeks ruined our land with fire and famine, killing women and children, and even our cows. Such was the first time the West went out to the world. But the Greek conquests liberated tremendous historical energies. Trade routes now opened through Central Asia on the Silk Route to China. In earlier times, said the historian Polybius, the world's history had been a series of unrelated episodes. But from now on, history becomes an organic whole. The affairs of Europe and Africa are connected with those of Asia, and all events bear a relationship and contribute to a single end. Riding the monsoon winds, Greek and Roman merchants now sailed into the Indian Ocean to trade in spices. Each year, the Roman balance of payments ran millions into the red to fill the pepper barns by the river Tiber. It was the beginning of a vast exchange of cultures and ideas, the first glimmering of a world economy. The Romans had united the Mediterranean world, conquering the Iron Age cultures of Europe, along with the sophisticated city dwellers of Greece, Syria, and Egypt. Brilliant architects, engineers, and military planners. Like all empires, theirs was based on military might, on slavery and cruelty. At its height, the empire extended from Hadrian's Wall in Scotland to the Persian Gulf, and you could call yourself a citizen of Rome, whether you lived in Manchester, Athens, Luxor, or even briefly Uruk in the baking south of Iraq. But unlike India or China, there was no binding religious or social ethic to hold its disparate parts together. And in the 4th century, it entered a great crisis, economic, social, and especially spiritual. And the vacuum was filled by an obscure cult, one of many new religions arising out of the spiritual ferment of the late antique world, Christianity. In Egypt in particular, a form of Christianity developed which would exert a profound and lasting influence on the Western mind: monasticism. Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, and with that a set of beliefs, myths and taboos deriving from the Iron Age people of Palestine and ultimately from the Bronze Age cities of Iraq was accepted by the rulers of the West as the final revelation of history. And even though the Roman Empire itself fell to the northern barbarians in 410 AD, this sense of historical mission was never lost. The triumph of Christianity was another product of the extraordinary fertility of ideas born in the intractable landscapes of Syria, Palestine and Iraq, a testimony to the continuing inspiration which the West has drawn from the more ancient cultures to the East. After the fall of the Roman Empire, tribes of Germanic barbarians made their new home in the ruined provinces. Out on the wild shores of Britain, with a religion from the Near East, a monasticism from Egypt, and a written language from Italy, the Anglo-Saxons started from scratch to build their new order, with the optimism of all immigrants thrown on strange shores. The ruins of that order are still around us, silent shapers of our modern world. Here on the River Tyne in Northumbria, the searcher for that past has to travel back through many histories, through the ruins of later empires built on coal, steel and ships. But here at Jarrow is a place as crucial as any in the Western story. To get to it now, you have to cross muddy slakes and reclaimed slag tips. Here in the monastery of St. Peter and Paul, the first great history of the West was written, which spelt out the West's view of its own destiny. The author was a monk here, the Venerable Bede. Bede was the first to use the Anno Domini system of dating history from Christ's birth, which is now used throughout the world. The books written here give clues to his time. The biblical hero David, for example, was a model for the rulers of the barbarian West. Portrayed as the teacher of his people, the psalmist, he's a reminder that the great Western tradition of social legislation and welfare comes not from Greece or Rome, or even the Victorians, but from the Dark Ages. And here's David with the spear of God waging just wars against non-believers. Put the two ideas together and you have the ideal Western ruler from the Crusades to the Gulf War.
Bede's history was the most remarkable and the most successful attempt to show how the peoples of the barbarian West in the Dark Ages transformed themselves through the agency of civilization. Christian, Latin, Mediterranean civilization. Bede was a thoroughgoing European in that respect. In comparison with, say, contemporary Tang China, Bede's Anglo-Saxons and the people of Europe were indeed barbarians. They were
impoverished, underdeveloped third world immigrants, as we would say today, in the patronizing language of the rich. And yet here on the Northumbrian coast in the 8th century are already the key elements out of which the culture of the modern West would emerge. Judeo-Christian religion and ethics, the remains of Greek and Roman humanism and law, and native Germanic society and language. In the hands of a historian like Bede, that mixture could be made to tell a powerful story, that the peoples of the barbarian West were the appointed Christian heirs of the Roman Empire, a chosen people destined to lead us on into the last phase of human history, from the city of man to the city of God.
The idea that history is purposive and leads to an appointed end would become one of the driving themes of world culture, from St. Augustine to Marx, and from Jarrow to Tiananmen Square. In the medieval era, between the 11th and the 13th centuries, the barbarians came of age. They created the greatest epoch of art and architecture which the world had ever seen, the age of cathedrals. Inspired in part by Islamic forms, this was still the first full expression of a distinctively Western genius, and more than that, of the Western soul. But even during the cathedral age, social forces were at work, which would eventually loosen the hold of the Church of Rome on the former barbarians. This is Norfolk in eastern England. Here, 800 years ago, changes can be detected in ordinary people's lives which would have a crucial bearing on the future.
This brings us to one of the most fascinating questions in the story of the rise of the West. How was it that such small-scale countries and economies could end up dominating the world as they've done? As late as 1550, England only had 2.5 million people. China and India, with their vast and highly developed economies, had passed 100 million centuries before. They'd made all the great inventions necessary for scientific and industrial revolutions. How had it happened? Was there something distinctive about the character of the West, or was it just historical chance? A graveyard in Norfolk may seem a strange place to ask such a question, but some answers may lie here, because across northwestern Europe, and especially here in East Anglia, records of birth, marriage and death suggest that as early as the 12th century, a distinctive character was emerging, of late marriage, of small nuclear families, but of also a possessive, property-based individualism and a free market philosophy, which seems uncannily like the seeds of later Western ideology, of the ideology which through the English, French and American revolutions became the dominant philosophy of the West and which rules our lives even today.
In parts of Western Europe,
Men and women were already marrying in their late 20s and having small families. So Western people were beginning to do what today's Chinese, for example, have had to enforce by law. This was the key not just to population control, but to the accumulation of wealth. For with security of life, inheritance and property, you don't need big families. It was the start of a revolution in values, which would see the West diverge from all traditional societies. The first signs of Western individualism.
Yes, there we are then. The Suffolk Punch in good order. What the worth? 10 steady one, 10 below 10 at 10 at 12, I got 2, 14, 16.
And individualism is the key to the Western conception of freedom. An idea which comes not from ancient Athens, but is rooted here in Western Europe.
Sold to Mr. Sellers here. 24 pound for cash.
Here, a property-based conception of freedom took shape early on.
That's the one here, £10.
The beginnings of capitalism.
£5, 6 there, £6 and 6, 8, 8, 10, 10, not you, 11. 11 minutes, 12,
So
12,
here for the
15,
first time we meet modern Western people, economically free, property owning, upholders of individual rather than collective values. It was a philosophy which would inherit the earth.
Every time I call a name out, you'll have to edit that out because they're all on Taxford. Right.
All this while, the great powerhouse of Western culture was still the Fertile Crescent. For the Muslims inherited the legacy of the ancients, and it was in medieval Baghdad that the first great attempt was made to bridge the religions of East and West. Through the universities and libraries here, Babylonian astronomy, Hindu mathematics and Chinese science were transmitted to Europe by Arab humanists. It was one of the great multicultural epochs of all time. If one could combine Arabic faith and Jewish intelligence, said one, with an Iraqi education, Christian conduct, Greek knowledge, Indian mysticism, and a Sufi way of life, this would be the perfection of humanity. That dream still stands as one of the greatest of all declarations of faith in an international civilization. Now there comes the event on which the whole course of modern Western history rests. An event which opened unimaginable mental horizons and brought undreamed-of wealth flowing back to Europe, renewing and transforming the spiritual empire of Rome, gilding its roofs with Aztec gold. The conquest of the New World. From Mexico to the Andes, the Europeans appropriated the almost limitless resources of the New World, studding its landscape with the churches of Christian gods.
The conquest was accompanied by a genocide unparalleled in history. In the century after Columbus, over 2/3 of the native population of the Americas died through disease and violence, perhaps as many as 50 million people. Columbus wrote to the Queen of Spain, "Our European civilization will bring light to the natives in their darkness. But for ourselves, we will gain gold, and with gold, we will be able to do what we want in the world." The discovery of the New World shifted the center of gravity of the West, away from its old heartland in the Mediterranean, to the seaboard of northwestern Europe, to nations like Holland and England, Protestant and capitalist. Here in Malden, a small port on the east coast of England, is a symbol of that age, the intact library of a 17th century scholar, Thomas Plume, who endowed the professorship of astronomy at Cambridge. His 7,000 books enable us to step back into the intellectual world of this new civilization of the West at the point of its rise to world domination. Here are translations of Greek and Arabic science. Here's Galileo's vision of the cosmos. Descartes anatomizing the marvels of the human body. But the key figure in the new learning was Francis Bacon. For Bacon saw how science and technology would be used in the future to subdue the other peoples of the planet, and ultimately to conquer nature itself. It's Bacon who now appears the prophet of our age and the quintessential Western scientist. This new science, new learning, had fateful implications for the future, as Bacon himself understood. For if it were true, as Bacon said, that henceforth in human affairs what was most useful in practice would also be most correct in theory, then truth itself could be defined in terms of utility, usefulness, not in terms of religion and morals. And so man could become a law unto himself, as Bacon said, and depend no more on God. It's one of the founding ideas behind our modern Western scientific civilization, which would go out and exploit and subdue the entire world in the name of that new science. Now the workings of the human body would give up their secrets. The stars and planets could be measured. The world itself subjected to Western definitions of time and space. Mapped on a meridian based on Greenwich. And when the Jesuits first showed the Chinese a map of the whole world, they were taken aback by the knowledge of these so-called barbarians. Up till then, said one, they'd printed maps of the world in which China was all. But when they saw the world so large, and China only a corner of it, they knew in truth that their world had changed. It was Industrial Revolution which now enabled the small-scale societies of Northern Europe to take a world lead in trade. And this happened first in Britain. Hitherto, most of the great technological advances in history had come from Asia, but now the West leapt ahead, its mobile, individualistic populations becoming predominantly city dwellers in a few generations. The effects on human beings and the environment are still being counted.
The industrial city has now spread across the landscape of the world, from the plains of India to the Yellow River in China. But it began here in Manchester. Its great buildings, like the Town Hall from the 1860s, stand as monuments to the ideals of that new civilization. The statues in the entrance are not to poets or gods, but to men of science, Joule, Dalton, and Rutherford, who split the atom here for the first time. The 19th century badge of the city was the busy bee. Its motto, through prudence and hard work, the ideals of the new age. Foreign visitors were deeply impressed by this heroic materialism. This is an extraordinarily talented people, said a Chinese diplomat. How can we continue to call them barbarians? For they have taken on the mantle of civilization. On the ceilings are the emblems of virtually all the countries in the world, countries under the trading dominion of the British Empire, the greatest the world had ever seen. Among them, the ancient civilizations of India, China, and Japan, all now connected by this new form of international culture, manufacturing capitalism.
The first cities of the great civilizations in India and China and the Near East had all been in some sense sacred enclosures, but these were emphatically places where money was to be made by hard work. The problems that they encountered in creating these industrial cities we're now familiar with all over the world. Population, poverty, health, housing, social order, democracy, and the ways in which they attempted to solve them here, the amenities which they thought were necessary for a civilized city life, have now become the blueprint for the modern city. But the Victorians differed from us in one important respect, that they were optimists about the role of the city as an ordering and liberating force in human affairs.
It's early summer in Washington, D.C. The leader of the modern West prepares to celebrate victory in the Gulf War of 1991. All around, Egyptian obelisks, Greek and Roman temples proclaim that the United States is the inheritor of the legacy not only of Europe, but of Greece and Rome and Egypt too. Never in history has so much power resided in the hands of one nation. The ideals of this new order are enshrined in marble all around. They're noble ideals. The Lincoln Memorial, modelled on the Parthenon in Athens, commemorates one who, through a brutal civil war, held on to the ideals of the European Enlightenment, the French and American revolutions. The belief that all are born equal, with equal rights to freedom and happiness. To walk this sacred space is to be reminded too that there are many ways of seeing history. That history is ever changing, never definitive, never black and white, and usually with right and wrong on both sides. And each generation must reinterpret history, in the life of the nation just as in the life of the individual. In this way, like the pilgrims at the memorial to the Vietnam War, each of us tries to come to terms with our victories and our defeats, our wrongdoing and our suffering, our collective myths and our most cherished ideals.
There we go. Okay. Want to put the helmet on? Good. Now, if you were flying along and all of a sudden you saw a bad guy, all you have to do is basically look at him and you can shoot him.
In our time, the astonishing growth of technology and communications has seen the global village arrive. As a world ideology, our own liberal democratic capitalism would seem to have no rival.
And yet, throughout the countries of the rich West, there's a growing and profound disquiet. A feeling that the Western way of life itself is no longer supportable, morally or practically, because of pollution, environmental destruction, and the continuing exploitation of the mass of humanity. If that disquiet is justified, which surely it is, then the great question for the next generation is simple. Are the values of the West alone enough to guarantee the continuing health of the planet? Those values, as we've seen, are writ large in our history. Individualistic, competitive, acquisitive, always pushing outwards, never happy in an empty room, as Pascal said. And yet it's the bearers of that vision of life, the rulers of the West, who hold in their hands the future of the planet. It feels at this moment as if the West, at the very moment of its triumph, has reached that point which comes to all civilizations, when, if they're not to decline, they must transform themselves by learning from others.
The crisis of earth and spirit we now face cannot be solved by any one nation, but only by reaching out to the other peoples, traditions and religions of the planet, in a dialogue beyond anything seen before. Great alternative traditions are still alive at the end of our destructive century. Living testimony to the riches of humanity's past. As valuable to all life on Earth as the rainforests, these are the rainforests of the spirit. The goal of civilization said the greatest of all historians, the Arab Ibn Khaldun, is settled life and the achievement of luxury. But there is a limit which cannot be overstayed. When prosperity and luxury come to a people, they're followed by excessive consumption and extravagance. With that, he says, the human soul itself is undermined, both in its worldly well-being and in its spiritual life. There's one last journey in this search for the origins of civilization. A journey back to the starting point, to southern Iraq, to the Garden of Eden, and to Uruk, the first city on earth. Here the Great Revolution happened 5,000 years ago, when people first tried to live in large-scale urban societies. It's now reduced to barren desert by ecological catastrophe. Here, the ancient Sumerians, the creators of civilization, told a myth about its origins. It was, they said, a devil's bargain, for it offered all the joys of life, the arts of music and sex, law, justice, and the noblest ideals of humanity. But it also brought destruction, violence, cruelty, and fear. All this is civilization, said the Sumerian god of wisdom. And if you wish its benefits, you must take all its qualities. It is for you to use them with restraint and with wisdom.